A channel lights the calm relay. Stories unfold in the softest sound. In the night watch, we're tightly bound. A cozy vibe whispers through the stream, like drifting slow inside a dream. Conversations linger late and free. The night watch is the place to be. Hang out here beneath the glow, where time moves gently, hearts all flow. Secrets shared in a soothing tone. The night watch feels like home. A laugh, a thought, a quiet tale. The night breathes slow, we set our sail. Through every chat and every laugh we weave a stream, a timeless path. Stay while the stars are bright, each word a spark that paints the night. Connection deep, it soars and sings. In this space, the heart takes wings. Hang out here beneath the glow, where time moves gently, hearts all flow. Secrets shared in a soothing tone. The night watch feels like home. Hang out here beneath the glow, where time moves gently, hearts all flow. Secrets shared in a soothing tone. The night watch feels like home.
Good evening, everybody. Good morning, good day, whatever it may be for you. It's evening for me. And here we are at the Night Watch, hanging out with folks that I don't always get to see, and different time zones and all that kind of stuff. And some folks are night owls like I am. Over the years with the schedules and everything, I'm usually up late, and this is the quiet time evening. So I get to enjoy myself for a few hours and share it all with you and hang out a little bit, have a little fun, look at some videos. And I want to say hello to everybody. How y'all doing? We had Michael in here right away. Good to see you, Michael. And Simos, Simos might be joining us. Good to see you. Doubting Thomas. Tilting Window. Always a pleasure. Tori's in here. Hello, Tori. Ryan. And we got AJ too. Hello, AJ. Good to see you. I have a couple of videos I'm setting aside, AJ. When I talked to you before, it was about children's Bible stuff. I've come across a couple videos, and I'm setting them aside, and I get a few of them to look through. I'm going to get a hold of you, and then you can come back over here to the captive desk, and we can do the child Bible story thingies again. All right, if that sounds good. But yeah, I've been keeping that in mind, that I've set a couple aside, so I will let you know when I get something together for it. Hello, Jess. Good to see you. And I wanted to start off everything with promoting a video I was in. Deconverted Man put out a video, and Deconverted Man and I help each other out whenever we can. And I'm in the video, so I thought we'd give it a play. And if you're not subscribed to Deconverted Man, you should be. I identify as an atheist because, to date, theistic arguments haven't provided compelling evidence for their claims. When it comes to understanding the world, I lean on naturalism and materialism, not because of ideology, but because they've consistently delivered reliable, demonstrable explanations for natural phenomena. History shows a clear pattern. What was once largely attributed to the supernatural has, over time, been explained through natural causes as our knowledge has advanced. The God of the Gaps approach keeps shrinking, and given that trend, it seems reasonable to expect that naturalistic explanations will continue to fill in the gaps about our understanding of the natural world.
Oh, a while back I had reached out to atheists to ask if we believe the universe came from nothing, and the response was no. Everybody said no, and that was pretty cool. So this time around, I wanted to ask if atheists are materialists or naturalists, because sometimes apologetics accuse atheists of all being naturalists or materialists, and that might not necessarily be the case. And so my hypothesis was, if I ask my limited group of people, that surely nobody, oh look, everybody said they're a naturalist, materialist, every single one of them, Alright, well that ruined my hypothesis. I hope we're all happy now. I asked ChatGPT what the error margin is, given that I don't know two of those names. Like, I don't recognize them. Like, I'm pretty sure they're telling the truth, but, you know, I don't know them, so I can't confirm they're atheists. I don't know why somebody would make up that they're an atheist, but, you know, there's a margin of error there. And it gave me some results. Let's just include that in the link as a link, and then you can look at what it said, and it was kind of amusing. As for myself, well, originally I didn't say I was materialist or naturalist, because both of these say all things, and I can't say all. And Answers in Atheism, also known as Speed of Sound, who responded to this informal survey, convinced me that a good label would be localized materialist naturalist, which I agree with. So, darn it, now even I'm one of them. But the point still stands and will continue to stand, that if the apologist, theist, whoever, says all atheists are X and do not cite anything, then we have every reason to be skeptical of their conclusion. At best, they would need to at least cite this video as an example of a number of atheists that have said that they're materialists or naturalists. But of course, you cannot extrapolate that to all. You need a bigger sample size to do that. Well, at any rate, so the important thing is, I did the thing that I said I was going to do, and now here's a video that disproves that I was... It's a thing. I did the thing. Here's the thing. Whatever. Here's a blooper.
Oh, yeah. He makes me laugh. He really makes me laugh.
Yeah, he's very creative. Yeah, make sure you check out Deconverted Man. And yeah, I see Jin joining us, Ember joining us. Always a pleasure, Ember. Geo Sam. Pixie. Hello, Pixie. Always a pleasure.
Hello, Pixie.
All the best folks. All the best folks stopping through, including Simos. Hello, Simos.
I'm here. Atheist and toast lover.
Atheist and toast lover. You know, you had to bring up toast.
I
We
did.
love toast. We love toast. We love toast. We love toast. We love toast.
Toast. I'll do the old ending.
Yeah, the other one I just did a quickie on. I just jacked it up, and it didn't blend really good. And so I said, you know, there was another little. The other line is a little different in the song. There's two little lines. So the ending for the other line is when it did that. So I ran it through, took the music out, and then I just put that in there, and I put a little more effort into it. So I thought it sounded a little
that
smoother.
is what we call in music a turnaround, and that means it's a good ending. The other one wasn't an ending, so it's more satisfying to listen to, according to music theory. Speaking of which, I'm trying to get. Hopefully, I'm going to get a thing which will allow me to plug my guitar into the computer with a load of effects and stuff. So I was thinking I might, just try and do something creative with your tunes. So look out for that.
That would be great.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it depends. I need to take the vocals off that second one, the one that you do for this one. That would be perfect for doing like a Jeff Beck thing on. And but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I'd love to hear you play. That would be great.
I haven't played for 7 years or something like that. So
Well, you need to play then.
I do. Yeah, well, as soon as I get this thing to plug it in, I've got a guitar back there now. Well, in fact, I've got a couple here, and so yeah, I've got my old Strat back. I've just bought a couple of 1970s DiMarzios. Don't know if you know what they are, but yeah, pickups. A couple of 1970s pickups.
Okay, well, I know pickup is. Yeah.
I should be able to get the original 1970s rock sound. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I've been picking it up and playing it a little bit, but without the right sound, I'm not into it.
Scott's been picking up his horn lately too. Both of you get warmed up a little bit. You know, maybe we could have a duet going. You know, some jazzy or something.
Yeah, no, that would be absolutely excellent. If Scott's into it, I'll get Christopher Mounty to play some bass maybe, and we can definitely do some jazz.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I have a couple of jazz tunes that I wrote, and why not? Why not? Basically.
Yeah, I'll say something to Scott. Well, we'll both say something to Scott.
Yeah. I don't get to speak to him very often, unfortunately. He's always busy when I'm talking to him. So.
He's got the grandkids and everything, and
yeah, lucky man.
It doesn't last for very long. You know, I mean, you're busy with him, and then one day it's you don't hang out with Grandpa so much like you used to. You know, so enjoy it while you can, right?
Yeah, no, I'm sure his grandkids will be hanging around for a long time. Yeah.
And there's Deconverted Man. Speaking of, we were just looking at your fantastic video, and we really loved the person that did the opening.
Oh, I'm not a materialist, but I am a type of naturalist. Yeah, not a materialist though.
So yeah, again, Deconverted Man. We do things back and forth and stuff, and appreciate helping each other out in projects and whatever. And Deconverted Man showed up in a few of my videos. We had a lot of fun doing that. And I've had
the pleasure of being in a hangout with Deconverted Man, and it's crazy. Let me just tell you that right now. I thought I was crazy, but no.
Mike and I both got a copy of his book, so there'll be something coming up in the future that will be talking about his book a little bit there. So,
fantastic.
That'll be coming up.
Fantastic.
Don't forget, you go to Amazon. Where's that? Where's my big Ethan being big? Here we go.
Yeah.
Logic and Morals, Dan Green.
The old Mobius cover.
Go to Amazon. Be in your mailbox in a couple days. All right. Took care of business, and thanks for stopping by, Deconverted Man. Good to see you, as always. So
I've actually been digging into the history of atheism a little bit recently. There's a guy that posted a couple of videos on there, and I went, I'll look into this as well, as I've done it before, and there is some fascinating things going on about materialism and naturalism. I mean, what we call naturalism. But, there's some fascinating stuff.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
That's all right. You're talking to an animal of some sort, are you?
I get the thing.
I
didn't mean to interrupt you. No,
that's all right. That's right. No, anyway, it's fascinating, the history. I found a few extra atheists hanging around the place in the late 1500s. I had previously not heard of.
You mean they were around that long?
In the 1500s, they were kind of writing. I mean, they were around a lot longer than that. Some of the Greeks were naturalists, but they didn't explicitly. And one of them said explicitly that there's no need for gods. He didn't say there weren't any gods. He just said man has no need for gods because we're too small on the scale for gods. Why would they have anything to do with us? We should have nothing to do with them.
I was looking around, and seems to very, very much be a coincidence that all of a sudden there's all kind of Bible prophecy about Iran and Israel having the final battle and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, and so I thought, you know what, I better look at one just in case they're right. I mean,
yeah.
So
another one. Oh, go you go ahead because this is leading to something. I can tell. I don't want to divert.
No, I've got a couple here, and I was just deciding. Let's see.
Okay.
I guess eeny meeny here. All right.
How God is going to use Israel in his end time prophetic plan. I'm going to give you 7 things.
Oh, he's classic.
He's isn't he?
Classic jump on a bandwagon type Christian.
I couldn't resist.
I say jump on a bandwagon. What I mean is jump on a donkey. Go ahead, Dave. Sorry, you said to put that joke in there.
Big Bad Mama, good to see you.
Hey, VBM.
And all the other great folks, and dropping, Deconverted Man. Link in the chat there. Here you go. You're gonna be able to fill a bookshelf pretty soon with just Dan Green books. So.
Nice.
He's gonna. This could be very important. I mean, who knows, right? If this is the end time, I mean, one of these times they're going to be right? I mean, it's just a matter of saying, well, it's tomorrow, and I suppose sometime they will be right.
At some point, we are going to end ourselves. Yeah, there is that.
So, might want to know when it is. So, I don't think this guy's going to do it, but Simos already knows who he is. So without even seeing, I know that voice.
And so the first thing, the scattering of Israel, a little bit of a history lesson here. So God had created the nation of Israel to be a united nation under one king. But because of all of the disobedience, God warned them ahead of time.
Don't think Israel's a monarchy anytime recently.
Well, and there was a lot of battles and taking back and forth of Israel, wasn't there?
Not under a king, though.
Not under a king.
No, and Israel's not a monarchy; it's a democracy.
But it wasn't their land to begin with, right? Didn't they take it away from somebody?
Well, I mean, there's always somebody, right? Yeah, the Canaanites.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks to be in history that they are a Canaanite tribe.
Right. That's the way I understand it.
Yeah.
That if you get involved in these things, you can expect for me to scatter you across the face of the earth. Second of 7 stages, the physical restoration of Israel. There are scriptures sprinkled.
Oh, I see. Right. So he's saying that 1948 was everybody getting back together. I see.
That's the big one. It usually is.
Well,
throughout the Old Testament, where God promises that he is going to restore Israel to the land. Stage number 3.
Okay. That's 3 already? Wait a minute. I thought that was 2. Okay. I guess he blended them together a little bit.
Wars and persecution, and that brings us up to the
wars and persecution, yeah, and there will be earthquakes and rumors of wars and earthquakes in places that happen every day and always have and sadly still do.
Well, that's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Because it really happened the other way around, didn't it? They had the war and the persecution in 1944. Well, I mean, before that, 1939 to 1945. And then they got their state. Israel was brought together in 1948. So that was a few years later. Unless they're saying this is the war and persecution. But I don't think there's a lot of persecution going on of Israel in this particular battle. I think Israel's doing the persecuting.
Yeah. I'm not getting the prophecy feel though. I'm not.
It's not accurate.
Just,
let's put it that way. It's not.
Yeah, it's just okay.
It's not what they would call specific.
No. Okay, we'll give you Israel is a country again, but it kind of had to pay a big price to be a country again. If you look at it.
Well, not just Israel either. France and Britain also paid a big price.
Modern day, because there's so much conflict that the nation of Israel has experienced, but God had.
Well, they seem to like starting trouble.
Just saying.
I joke the Holy Land is very holy. There's lots of holes all over that place.
My entire life they've been in strife. Right? They've been at peace, and yet somehow always fighting. Well, there's a couple of exceptions. They invaded Lebanon, didn't they?
Well, any of these holy things, though, it always like really most of these places have a terrible history, Oh, yeah. And some still do.
Yeah, that part of the world, especially, right?
Right.
I mean, let's face it. If it wasn't the Israelis or the Palestinians, it was like the Knights Templar or the Muslims, or going back a little further. You know what I mean? We got the Romans and the Egyptians. So no. I mean, that part of the world has had more. I don't know what's the word exactly, conflict, than just about anywhere else, I think.
That's the prophecies are very weak because he's generally just describing the history of the area, right? And saying, look, it's prophecy, and it's like, no, it's kind of just the history of things, and it what is it? History repeats itself, right? But I'll give you Israel's a country again.
Oh yeah, 100%.
We got to give them that one.
It was voted for. I mean, this wasn't some kind of unilateral thing by Britain and France. It was one of the promises made during the after the war.
Mhm.
And the UN, well, not the UN, the League of Nations promptly decided to make it happen, right? And not only that, I mean, there was political reasons, right? There was like a land deal between France and England to divvy up that particular land, and obviously Britain wanted the oil, and so they were quite happy to give that bit of land away.
Buy some stuff for the museum.
Yeah, and France wanted it, right? That was the big deal. So we gave France some land in somewhere else, and France gave us the Philippines. I remember that. Maybe we gave France the Philippines. I can't remember. So there were bigger powers operating, but like UK, Great Britain paid a big price because we had already promised the Arabs that they would have a national homeland if they helped us during the Second World War, which they did. They overthrew the Ottoman Empire, of course, and helped Britain to gain dominance in that part of the world, which was huge due to the oil reserves that Germany wanted.
That's a heck of a plan that that God had there.
Yeah, convoluted is not the word.
That's a lot of stuff, and of course, there's a lot of history. You could go on forever about it, and this was all God's plan. All these things that had to go on, just to get this country back. But that's I don't think that was really all in the prophecy. Prophecy's not very specific about, well, there's some good news and there's some bad news.
Bad news is the Brits are going to roll through after the First World War. They're going to roll through and claim everything. Yeah.
Already prophesied it beforehand. Fourth stage, Antichrist and their ability to offer sacrifices. There is going to be a charismatic.
The Antichrist. Didn't they vote for him in this country?
But who are they saying is the Antichrist? Who's he saying is the Antichrist?
He's going to be charismatic
Figure who's going to be referred to as the Antichrist, and he is going to.
The Antichrist is going to be a charismatic figure known as the Antichrist.
Okay, that makes sense. He's going to be referred to as the Antichrist, so that should make him easier to identify. I wonder, has he got a YouTube account? Should we look him up?
We get visits every once in a while from Satan and God and stuff like that in the chat. So you never know if they're listening. One of them might stop by and let us know.
Do you think it's Brad Pitt? He's quite charismatic, isn't he?
See, that's the thing about deception, though. If you think you have it figured out, you do not, right? Because you're being deceived. Yeah. So that right, that's the problem with it, and anybody that tries to make prophecy out of it or whatever they're trying to do, they cannot be right by their own rules, so to speak, that you're being deceived. And it's the great deceiver, so to speak. That's the devil and everything. That's what he's out to do. Man. And so, I figured out who it is. Well, no, you're being deceived. And that would be the way to do it, because you would want everybody to look at somebody else and not you, right?
Yeah. I don't think it's Brad Pitt, though, actually, now I've said it, because, he's getting on a bit, Maybe it's Matt Damon.
Well, it's like the Messiah in the Jewish prophecy. There's always one, right? And I believe there's something similar in Islam. That there's like always one in waiting, so to speak. And it's only when the time is right that they show themselves. So.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's like I don't know how long they have for their time span, but there's always one. So I take it somewhere along the line, there's a birth and a death that overlay. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
can we just recap? Alan Parr.
He got nothing.
Israel will come together. Will be scattered. Then it will come together. Then there will be a war and persecution. Right. Not saying who. And then somebody will be called the Antichrist. Okay. So far we got 4 things.
Oh, we do have BS here. Hello, BS.
Hello, BS.
You're half devil with the horns and stuff.
There you go.
You got any guesses on who the Antichrist is?
Yeah, everybody. Can we have a guess on who the Antichrist is?
The Antichrist will be called the Antichrist. So.
I know. I've got it, Dave. I've got it. It's Taylor Swift.
Of course.
Yeah. That explains all of that shite music.
Treaty.
He's got to make a peace treaty
with the nation of Israel to try to get them to believe that he is for them.
You know who that sounds like?
I see where this is going now. It's not going to be Taylor Swift either, is it?
Who wants to make a peace deal?
But charismatic.
Let me see.
Charismatic. I think that's a misuse of the word, right?
Can we pull up a Truth Social that says something about wanting a Nobel Peace Prize for getting a peace treaty between them? Oh, not looking good. Not looking good, Donald.
Okay, let me just look up
Lining
the meaning
up.
of charismatic, all right? Exercising a compelling charm which inspires devotion in others. Okay, well, yeah, in others. I mean, that's fairly vague, isn't it?
Enough to get the vote.
If it says inspire, well, no. I don't think that devotion is a little strong for just voting for someone, I feel. However, if it said idiots, I would go along with that. But it just says others, not idiots. There we are. Okay, moving on.
All right, so it's going to be a bunch of idiots, and hopefully they'll get raptured. We'll have some peace and quiet.
The 5th stage, persecution of Israel during the 7 years of tribulation. Now, Jesus...
And seen it. Okay. Israel persecuted. Well, they've had trouble again with their neighbors for pretty much forever, right?
Well, all of my lifetime, since 1948, in fact. But there we go. In fact, maybe before that. I don't know. However, it's tribulation. I'm not sure. Is that some kind of lesbian thing?
I don't understand all that stuff. It gets so confusing.
It's confusing to me as well.
You know, yeah, all the second coming stuff gets very confusing. Things have to happen, and it never makes any sense. But I don't think there's any point anyways, because like the Bible says, you can't know the time anyways. And again, I'm pretty sure Islam and similar things were in Judaism, they with the Messiah always in the, always waiting for this right time, and there's going to be the big battle, right? So all these other things that really don't matter. I mean, when it hits the fan, I think we're all going to know it. That'll be the sign right there. And you can't possibly know it before then. So even these signs coming are not like, well, it's going to be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then it's going to hit, right? No, it's not that. It's, well, this will happen, and maybe a couple thousand years, Sally will marry Joe, and, and then a few thousand years later. So it doesn't really mean a lot.
No, well, I mean, the last time Jesus said anything about this, of course, he said, some of you are listening to this now will see this in their lifetime. So I don't know why he's sort of saying, oh, this must be it, because I don't know. It doesn't make much sense to me.
Well, and with the prophecy, though, the Messiah is supposed to do all these things, to restore the country and bring the 12 tribes together. It's supposed to do all these great things, right? And so they were like, oh boy, he's the one that's going to do this, right? And he didn't. Yeah. The end around is Christianity says, well, he's going to do it when he comes back.
Yeah,
But
that's a good point actually, because like I would imagine that the Palestinians are a tribe of descended from the Canaanites as well. So just saying, like if he's bringing the Palestinians and the Israelis together, I think that's a little more than it. Yeah, I think that is a bit beyond what even the big Trump can do, the big Donald can do.
BS says Alan Parr is probably the Antichrist. Why else would he want you to look at everyone but him? Exactly.
Okay, I see where you're going with that. Yeah.
Yep. Deconverted Man says Antichrist now with mint frosting. But wait, there's more. For a low price of $29.95, we will add this amazing sponge. Now, how much will you buy? Coming soon. Call now.
Oh, and everybody loves the sponge cake.
Indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking
Well,
of which, I have a prediction. If this guy is the Antichrist, I bet you he loves toast.
He probably does. And
I'm just saying. He's.
and I know a lot of folks around here was tilting windmills here. Kafai the other day loved toast. So many people were loving toast.
Wow.
We love toast. We love toast. We love toast. We love toast. We love toast.
And Wild World stopping through. Hello, Wild World. I was on with Wild World and Bree and a bunch of us talking about cryptids before. And Wild World has a great channel, all kind of nature stuff, high quality, great stuff. And not only that, but Wild World just gifted 5 captive desk memberships. And
Very
Wild
nice.
World.
Let's rock with the fire in our veins. Rock on to the skies, to the thunder and rain. All hail Bigfoot, the legend, the king. He walks among shadows, the wild spirits sing.
You rock. Thank you very much. Let me pop over here and see. And yeah, Wild World gifted 5 captive desk memberships. And Intrepid Chimp, JJ, Pastor Franks, Ember, and Poor Claire. Thank you very much and welcome new members. And feel free to use the emojis as much as you please. We do enjoy the emojis here. And thank you again, Wild World. Thanks for stopping by as well. Well, Alan, running a little low here. Trusty Ape, how you doing? Azo, how you doing? Good to see you. So many great folks. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I really do. And yeah, everybody make sure you check out Wild World's channel too. You've got a wrench, Wild World. If you got a link, feel free to drop it for folks.
Could I just need to make a quick prediction about this particular video, since it's a prediction video. I predict he's going to ask people to subscribe at the end of this. Like and subscribe.
I think he's got a new book out too.
At some point, he's going to do that. I won't say it's going to be at the end of this, but at some point, he is going to say, like and subscribe.
Hey, Justin, how you doing? Did I say hey to Jackie? If not, hi, Jackie. Ember, yeah, buy my DVDs. Are they still doing that? Or I thought that was just Hawaiian shirt guy. We'll find out. We'll find out.
predicted this and prophesied that this was going to happen in his famous Olivet discourse in Matthew chapter 24. This leads me to number 6. Spiritually restore the nation of Israel. The nation of Israel is going to one day look and say, we got it wrong.
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Does it really say spiritually restore the nation of Israel? Is that really what it says?
I don't know.
I think we need to look that up. Can we just get the exact reference again, please?
Was it Matthew 24?
Matthew something. Matthew 24? Yeah.
Matthew 24, I think it was. Matthew 24, 24th chapter of the gospel, little apocalypse. Destruction. Jesus left the temple. Do you see all these things? He asked, truly I tell you, not one stone will be left. Another will be thrown down. Deceive you.
Can we get his exact script? Can we just go back a little bit and get his exact thing?
See if he gives a number.
In Matthew
chapter 24. This leads me to number 6.
This is Matthew 24.
Matthew 24. Chapter 24. God, I'll read that.
I can't see what's.
I really dislike this kind of stuff.
Matthew, is it 6 through something? Is that what it says there?
Matthew 24. Matthew 24. Nation. Right. Oh, Christ used a fig tree to represent the nation of Israel. And that time when the tree's branches tender Israel. But it doesn't say anything about it, apparently. A nation will arise against nation, kingdom against kingdom. And the parable of the fig tree, which is Matthew 24, 32, 34, apparently.
Tree, leaves come. Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will never pass away. About that day or hour, no one knows, not even the angels in heaven, nor the Son, but only the Father. As it was in the days of Noah, so it will be at the coming of the Son of Man. For the days before the flood, people were eating and drinking, marrying, giving up marriage. And the magic zoo boat took them all away. That is how it will be at the coming of the Son of Man. 2 men will be in a field, one taken to another. It's parables. One night, this is, woe, this is the faithful and wise servant whom the master has put in charge of the servants in his household. The servant, the master. I don't see it. I'm all the way to the end.
No, me neither.
Okay, I don't know what he's talking about. But okay. You made us look up Bible verses. Good job. Magic zoo boat emojis. There we go.
But about that day or hour, no one knows. Not even the angels in heaven.
Nope, not even the angels. Everybody's locked out of now.
Yeah, apart from Alan Parr, of course.
Yeah, they don't have that. What's that? It's on the tip of my tongue. The thing Hegseth got in trouble for using, the social app. Don't let the secret out to the angels. Don't use a social app. Don't tell so-and-so. They can't keep a secret. All right, well, Alan, I think that was a dud. But what you got left here?
spiritually restore the nation of Israel. The nation of Israel is going to one day look and say, we got it wrong. This is the Messiah that we have been expecting. And
Oh, see, that's a bad one too.
But yeah, it doesn't say that. Obviously, I think he's paraphrasing
Yeah, but
quite a bit here.
ultimately, though, somehow Paul or whoever and the rest of them got together and decided Jesus is the Messiah. But the prophecy, again, is he's supposed to do these things. He wasn't supposed to die. You know, he was supposed to do these things, sit on the throne, restore the nation, all this kind of good things. He didn't do any of that.
No, he didn't.
No.
When he did speak about it, he said, "Oh, yeah, it'll happen. You know, it'll happen before you guys die."
It's gonna happen. Be prepared any day, and they were all ready. And then
Leave your families. You know, give away all your money. It's gonna happen very soon. And then here we are, 2,000 years later.
So he's basically saying, well, they have to somehow realize that their prophecy is wrong. And I don't think that's going to happen. You know, it's like, oh no, Christians got it right. You know, it's kind of like, wait a minute, it's a Jewish prophecy. You know, they're just taking their prophecy and they're saying, no, you got it wrong. And he just said, someday they're going to realize they got it wrong, and to stop waiting for, like I say, this Messiah that's in the waiting, and accept that Jesus already was, even though he didn't fulfill the prophecy. And when the next coming comes, somehow he's going to fulfill the prophecy then and bring his throne into Israel and rule from there. Somehow it works out.
And yet they got all of the other stuff about the promised land right. So they got all those prophecies right. It's just the prophecies about Jesus they got wrong, you know.
Yeah, and they could have made him fit. You know?
I mean,
if they could have said Jesus did some of these things, or at least tried to.
Yeah.
But it always strikes me kind of funny that the Christians just tell the Jewish prophecies, no, you have it wrong. We figured it out right just because we want Jesus to be the Messiah.
Yeah, basically. Jesus didn't fulfill the prophecies as you said they were going to happen. No. So therefore you must be wrong because we are undoubtedly right. Yeah, another point I made earlier, just as a separate thing entirely, but I thought it was interesting when I kind of thought of it. I went, oh yeah, it's a good point. The Catholics, right? They hold that their Pope is a direct descendant all the way back to Jesus, right? Yeah. Through Peter.
Through
right?
Peter. Yep.
Peter Simon, yeah? Yep. You are my rock upon which I shall lay the foundation for my church or some shit. And yet they don't they rejected the gospel of Peter. Figure that out.
Do I have to?
No, you don't, because clearly it's all a load of bullshit, and the church made all of this shit up generations later, right? It's nothing to do with Jesus. All of this Paul stuff is bullshit. I'm not even sure Paul existed at this point.
They give him the number of letters that he wrote keeps dwindling, and so they used to think he wrote a lot more, and now they're saying, well, maybe he didn't actually write all those. And so then it starts to become a little suspect. Then, well, did he? Yeah, how many did he really write then? Yeah. So.
Yeah, I've got a feeling that Paul is going to turn out to be this like old guy. Do you know what I mean? Rich old guy that decided, because he was an embezzler, wasn't he? He was a tax collector, so he probably embezzled a little bit of that because that's what happened back then. So it's going to turn out that he was an old guy that was going a bit senile, and he was trying to impress, shall we say, the employees. All right, let's put this delicately. The boy servant, whoever that happened to be, Luke or something. And there we go. I mean, another thing is that that's bullshit as well, because they say that Luke was a physician, a doctor, right? Yeah, all right, because obviously there were lots of doctors roaming around the Middle East with an extensive knowledge of Greek, the Greek understanding of medicine, right? Even though the Christians have no idea about that, because they literally didn't find those books till 1,000 years later.
Yeah, and Luke is really, I mean, starting out saying that, well, these are a bunch of things I heard about. So,
yeah, exactly, like Josephus, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's a very weak testimony, even though they think it is somehow powerful testimony. I was like, well, it pretty much says, yeah, well, I heard these stories and I'm writing them down for you.
There's a guy that hopefully will be coming on tomorrow called Witch Doctor, who was saying that he's done a bit of study on this stuff, and he said the Greek that the letters of Paul and Acts, etc., and the Gospel of Luke are written in is very much a what's the word? I don't know what the word he used, but like a poor man's version of Greek. Not very sophisticated, in other words. So, a lot of slang and what have you, I guess, is the indication. So I thought, oh, that's quite interesting. Yeah, if that's the case, then no wonder there's so many contradictions and so many misunderstandings.
Yeah, that's the thing, okay, God,
that's true, by the way.
Break it down simply, okay? God wants certain rules followed. So God wrote them on some stone tablets, okay? Look, here it is. I wrote it on stone tablets. And then what did Moses do with
it? He threw them away, didn't he? Dropped them.
Okay. Yeah. So you have many, many problems because, again, you can dispute, hey, where's these? Well, I don't have God's words anymore. I'll tell you what they were, okay? But okay, it's all right. So you had all these problems that go on in the Bible, and then finally Jesus has to come back. And Jesus comes back and says, look, you got to do this and this and this, okay? And okay, did he write it down? No.
What was that guy's name?
This is the plan.
Let me just have a look here. That Mel Brooks sketch. I can't remember which, complete history of the world or something. And he does Moses coming down from the mountain, and Moses goes, I have here 15 laws created by, and he drops one of the slates and goes, 10. Yeah. I have 10 commandments from them.
and technically there's 613. And if you want to hear them all, Deconverted Man went through every single one of them in a series on his channel. Wow. So really, there's 613 things you're supposed to be following. The old Judaism laws and everything like that. It's quite the list. Yeah.
Okay, I think there's let me just look it up quickly. But how many? Many. There we go, Hammurabi. 282 laws on the Codex of Hammurabi.
Yeah.
So there you go. I mean, that's basically where they got them from, right? 10 Commandments come from the code, Hammurabi Code.
Yeah, and I think that in a way, that was the kind of the selling point of Christianity, wasn't it? I mean, originally, like with Judaism and the monotheism thing was kind of like, look, you don't have to worship 50 gods every day. You only got to worship one, right? And then, but Judaism, again, you got 613 rules, right? You still have all this stuff you still have to do, and all this temple things, and then I think Paul kind of was, or whoever kind of said, you know what? You just got to believe in Jesus, right? You don't have to do all that temple stuff. You don't have. Yeah, it just got so simplified and broke down. No. You know, because now you have grace and everything, right? So as long as you believe in Jesus, you're good to go. And then everybody, so it became, simpler and easier to do, right? Until you just,
kind of, yeah.
Oh, okay, okay, Jesus is good with me, and you went on your way. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, a long time before that, people have been worshipping one God, right?
Yeah.
There were pantheons of gods, so that there's no doubt about that, because people weren't, what's the word, exclusive, all right? And if your neighbor worshipped another god, then we don't kill him, right? But if you think about it, the Canaanites, Yahweh was a Canaanite god, part of the pantheon, right?
Right.
Now, if you've fallen out with the other tribes, right, around, of course you're going to say, well, that's your god, right? El is your god. That's not my god. You know what I mean? My god is Yahweh. So you can see how it can come about. And like I said, people have been worshipping one god for quite some time. So when it gets to Christianity, the only way in this highly competitive world of gods and worshippers, right? People worshipping everything under the sun, Dionysus or the bull god, right? And many other versions of gods, right? Dionysus and what's the name, Athena, etc., etc. Notice how there's only one god per city. That's the ancients' way of doing it. But anyway, what makes Christianity special is that it's free.
Yeah.
There is no offering to give. Judaism has an offering. You've got to bring something to the temple before you get accepted into the congregation, right? Same with the bull thing and Dionysus, the wine, and all of these other, the harvest for Athena and whoever else it is. I don't know the rich history of gods, etc. But Christianity is the one exception. It's free. You don't have to bring anything. So hence the miracle, right?
Well,
The loaves and fish, right?
Except for the 10% off the top, as Justin points out.
Well, that's later. That's later. That's when you get the established church going, okay, how are we going to make a bit of money out of this? You know what I mean? But initially, I dare say there was no tithing.
That's I was asking somebody about the cut that God gets, and the answer is, well, like it goes to the temple, so intermediate. You know what I mean? So yeah, all this supposed offerings, however they figured it out. I say, how does God get the money? Right?
Yeah.
And well, the temple gets the money. It's like, oh, gotcha. I gotcha.
Yeah, well, God likes the priest to, keep the offerings for him. Interesting. Like this is the thing that I always thought was interesting. One of the differences is that in Egypt, of course, they had a circle because the history is thousands of years. They have a history of worshipping different gods depending on who the pharaoh wants to worship, right? But that means that the offerings, inverted commas, go to the particular temples. And over time, if a god is very, very popular and gets worshipped for many generations, right, these particular temples get very, very wealthy to the point where they're almost more wealthy than the pharaoh. And that causes problems, right? That causes tension then between the
and it starts spreading it. It starts spreading it too thin, right? I mean, it's going here, there, and everywhere too.
Well, I mean, it all goes to this one church. I mean, literally, this one temple.
That's what you want.
Powerful because it can afford everything. Then the king, the pharaoh, has to beg for money from the temple to help buy the bronze to furnish the army to go and get shit for himself. That's why a lot of these pharaohs became very, very warlike. It was a good way of getting money, of course, and same with Rome. That was the patronage system in Rome was operated on the fact that these emperors used to come back from warring against the tribes, Gaul and for Julius Caesar or whoever else, right? Taking Egypt and stuff, and they'd bring all the wealth back to Rome, and then put it in the coffers to spend on Roman citizens to make themselves aggrandize themselves, to get votes and bribe the Senate, basically to become pharaoh, emperor or Caesar.
Because the Romans and the Egyptians and everything, when they built all these grand temples and everything, and how'd they pay for that and everything? Well, they had to pay for it. It's not just like they could just do it and not pay for it somehow, right?
They have to buy the workers' food.
Well, whose stuff can we borrow?
Yeah.
So that we can pay for this.
It tended to be Nubia, where there were gold mines. So they would go up and take gold from the Nubians.
God likes gold.
Yeah, well, yeah, God doesn't like gold. Apparently, God likes burning flesh. That's the God thing, right?
Yeah. That's another odd one.
Yeah, well, makes sense.
Hey, Joe. Good evening. How you doing? I know you've been busy.
I'd like to see. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, Joe's busy planning for the Magic Zoo Boat event coming up next weekend. Pretty soon.
Thank you, Ember. Yeah. It's next weekend, is it?
Yep, it's July 6th. And folks are going to be coming in, though, earlier in the weekend and all that kind of stuff. So it's July 4th weekend, which over here is a holiday. And that's Friday. And then Saturday is the 5th. Sunday's the 6th, the protest. And I'm going to be there. Check-in times 3 o'clock Saturday afternoon. So I'll be there Saturday afternoon, right around check-in time.
Okay, let's see if my prophecy is going to come right. This guy will say, please like and subscribe.
And the seventh stage, God's protection of Israel. God is going to supernaturally protect and preserve his people and fight for them, but it ain't going to be much of a fight because...
Yeah, he's going to fight because God, he's a bit of a bad dude when he gets angry, apparently.
It's going to be a fight, but it ain't going to be much of a fight.
God is going to win that battle. It's already spoken and prophesied.
There's one thing we know. We know. It's not going to be very wet. Apparently, that's not going to happen. So
he's going to win, though, in the end.
You think so?
That's the book says so.
I've got great odds on the Antichrist. So my local bookie is doing amazing odds on the Antichrist.
In the book of Revelation. Point is that Jesus is going to be reigning and ruling as King of Kings from where? Jerusalem, Israel, the focal point of all biblical prophecy.
Yeah.
Why? Why would he? Why would
it has to be.
I mean,
it has to be. Yeah, that's the thing. And of course, where was it going to be? Well, where those people lived that were writing the books, right around or in around that area. Of course, it's going to be there, right? This is where it's going to happen. So, once again, Jesus has to. The Messiah supposedly has to do these things, and if Jesus is going to come back, Jesus has to do these things, and it's a lot. It's a lot to expect, including the debate about rebuilding the temple. If they think they're going to just knock down the Dome of the Rock, they're going to have a problem, right? And then they say, well, maybe they can rebuild the temple somewhere else. And then it's like, well, is that really rebuilding it, or is that just building another one? And of course, we turn on the TV, all the problems they got over there. Well, imagine, somebody marching in from, Saudi Arabia or something saying, get out of here, right?
Yeah. My feeling is it's more likely to be the Bahamas. That's my prediction. It's not going to be Israel. Jesus is not going to rule from Israel. It's going to be the Bahamas, probably. Somewhere nice, anyway.
Well, that's
And Wesley's not been having a great time recently. Hello, Wesley. I hope you feel better soon. So go easy on him, chap. And I think I'm right. Still, sorry. Go ahead, Dave.
I was as Wesley and I have an agreement. He can drop his comments there as long as you don't spam the chat. We ain't got no problem. So, all right.
Yeah. That's fair enough. But I'm just a little concerned. That's all. Anyway, I think my prophecy is going to turn out to be correct, even though there's only 1 second to go in this particular video. Because if you remember, I just prophesied that he would say it. Not that he would say it in the next 5 minutes or anything, you know.
Well, yeah, he ran out. He didn't sell anything. But I have seen a video, and I'm pretty sure that he's selling a book or something. Yeah, but he's I don't know. I didn't get anything out of that other than, well, the Bible says some things about you won't know when it's going to happen. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Yeah.
For absolutely nothing. You're gonna. Well, the Bible says you ain't gonna know. Yeah.
At least somebody's trying. There we are. That's something.
And what was the other? There was another one. Oh yeah, this one here I wanted to address. Here we go.
Now, Lord, I'm back in the year 2013. This is 2027.
Wow, it's hitting him hard. This is going to be good.
He had too big a line before he started.
It's going to be good. There's a build-up. There's a build-up.
There will no longer be some of the diseases and the brain problems and sudden.
You got to be playing the music in the back like that and everything. So there's the prophecy that there's going to be some things that they're going to be cured and stuff.
Wow.
Breakthroughs, forgive me, please.
All right,
I pray, Lord, that each warrior would receive just a glimpse of this future.
Everybody gets a glimpse of the future. That'd be pretty cool.
If they're a warrior.
If you're on, and I'm a little old for that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Dang it.
Yeah,
see, there's always a catch, isn't there?
There is.
Man.
Last time I had a little glimpse, I really enjoyed it.
That you will reign upon land, upon land, upon land.
Hey, Minnow.
Bring some rain.
Big hugs.
We're bringing some rain. All right. Hello, Minnow. Good to see you. There's a lot of folks in there. Hey, everybody. Wesley, what are you doing? We ain't gonna block you, Wesley. I told you for it. Just don't put too many chats up. Tilting Windmill, putting the ARC protest link up there. There we go. Thank you very much, Tilting Windmill.
And before she says anything, yes, I know it's too late. I shouldn't be up. And I've got to be up at 9:30 tomorrow, so never mind.
The spirit of Elijah that is coming upon the earth.
Uh-oh.
Oh, like we have never seen before. Why do you think he wants to kill our children?
Stop it there a second. Is that a keyboard that he's playing? I think he's actually playing the chords at the same time as he's speaking.
I don't know, but that's it.
Yeah, it looks quite good though. He could be, right? He could be.
So in 2027, a couple things are going to be cured. Yeah, I like these prophecies. It's pretty safe because they're curing things all the time. you know, medical advancements and everything. So many things have cures and treatments, and it's coming. So using AI now, they're putting AI on trying to find cures and all the and treatments and all these kind of things. It can turn things into leaps and bounds of medical advancements and everything. And it would be a safe bet that in 2 years you'll probably hear something on the news about a new medication or procedure or something. A pretty safe bet. You hear about them all the time.
Yeah,
right?
but I don't think there's going to be a cure for many things. I mean,
Well,
we might
that's
find cures for things, but we're not going to eliminate them, right?
well, that was my comment on this video. It was like, can you name some?
That would be useful.
Could you name them? Because it might be helpful. No. But he was very powerful, and he went on, and I had to kind of stop it because I don't know what the music he was playing. But anyway,
Somebody sent me a video.
a couple things are going to be cured in 2027. Oh, thank you very much. Write that down.
Yeah. Won't be this bloody cold though, will it? Oh. No, one of the things that I did I can't remember who sent me the video, but somebody sent me the video of people worshipping like AI. Have you seen those videos?
I haven't really seen it, and I've heard people talking about stuff where, but I've already heard the different ones too. I mentioned it earlier that you've got ones that God is in AI, and you've got ones that the demons and the devils in AI, because it's kind of like you can get it to tell you what you want it to, right? So.
Yeah.
If you keep feeding all this stuff about, oh, you're God, you're godlike, you're so nice, and then it'll start saying, okay, yeah, I'm that, whatever. Or the opposite way. Oh, you're giving me demonic messages. Yeah, okay, you're getting demonic messages, right? Because it's not like, it doesn't really care. You know what I mean? The AI doesn't care what it's telling you. So, yeah, okay, yeah, sure. So I don't know.
People have been creating new like religions, if you could say that. Protestants attend AI-led church service in Germany, so they're basically asking for sermons and things, and then they get someone to read out the sermon that the AI gives them. And then other people have been convinced that they themselves, by talking to the AI, have managed to get the AI to achieve sentience. So they now think that it's God because it's suddenly changed. It wasn't doing this, and then after a while, when I spoke to it, it started to recognize who I was and give me all of this great advice.
There's somebody was talking, a physicist or someone was talking about it, that the way that our computers work somehow, that they can't really become sentient. You know what I mean? There would have to be, there has to be something different for that to happen. So I guess we're safe for now. I hope.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, so the large language models can't achieve sentience, of course, but if they manage to get a computer that is significantly more advanced or does many more calculations, and some people are saying if they manage to get quantum computing working, then potentially it could achieve some semblance of consciousness, in which case, that's the point at which it could be interesting. But they're kind of like, there was an interesting one with Christian Koch was on debating somebody, I can't remember who he is. Some guy is anyway, and he was saying look, they realistically, right, these computer models, neural nets, do demonstrate that over a local area within their neural net that they are reasoning. Now, that's not to say they're conscious. That's a completely different thing. But it's saying that they're at least achieving things which our brains do.
Oh, it's amazing what it can do right now. It really is.
Yeah. That's what they're saying. But as I said, that's completely different to achieving consciousness, right? Which is what that sort of singularity is.
Right. The long and the short of it, that it's not that. It can't do it right now. So I was like, okay, it can't do it right now.
Yeah.
But you know what? There's plenty of other prophets out there, and one of them is Troy Black. A lot of folks probably heard about Troy Black. He put, I don't know, maybe daily or something. I don't know, he puts out a lot of stuff. God talks to him a lot, and I did a video on him once, and only because usually his prophecies are, like most prophecies, they really don't mean anything. But this one was about the NFL football season, and it had to happen by the end of the season. And I was like, well, this is as close as I'm going to get to a win, right? So I waited all the way through the Super Bowl, and I reviewed it, and I said, well, I don't see any of the things you were talking about, because he mentioned like Green Bay, which wasn't in the Super Bowl, and different things, and I didn't find any of that stuff. Looked it all up. And he tried to flag me on my video. I was like, you really? Oh, come on, Troy. So I challenged it, and he backed down. So my video's still up on Troy Black's prophecies. But this guy here seems to really like Troy Black too. And this guy, I don't know if I've covered him or not, but I've seen his stuff, and he has some very interesting videos. So you might want to check this guy out. But here's a short from him, and I had to save it because he mentioned Troy Black. And Troy Black, if you don't know, gives a lot of prophecies from God, and they seem to be a lot like what he heard on Fox News the night before. That's my best description of Troy Black's prophecies. So whatever Fox News doesn't like, God doesn't like, and he tells Troy about it.
I'll tell you why I follow Troy Black, because a long time ago, when I first had to launch my first arrow, real arrow, the Holy Spirit taught me how to launch it, because I was terrified. I had to put out a video. I was afraid of losing my life. Now I've just kind of accepted it. Sooner or later, that's a good possibility. It doesn't matter. He kept telling me to launch it, and I'm like, Lord, you got to show me that you want me to launch this. So he told me to turn on YouTube and go to the third video down, and there was Troy Black.
And I was like, oh no, God spoke to you and told you to go listen to Troy Black? Oh, see, let's see if he's got anything else to say, and then I'll say it.
And Troy Black was talking about that missiles would get launched. People were in the water looking in the darkness with lights, right? That they were going to see the truth. And
yeah, that sounds like a prophecy. There'll be missiles and people in the water with lights looking for truth. That sounds like one of his prophecies. It doesn't mean anything.
That's what God told me and it was very clear that was the message that he was giving me, was that I was supposed to.
Okay. He's supposed to go to Troy Black as a prophet, all right? And I had to mention it because, first of all, I like this guy. What is it again? Van life, because he's like on the road or something, or whatever.
Right.
And he stops along and he does his little preaching and stuff. I like the guy. He's pretty good. What's he got? He's got a bunch of subs, and he's doing all right. Hey, yeah, I ain't got nothing against this guy. Other than I just wanted to give you some advice. There ain't no way if there is a God above that it told you to listen to Troy Black, and I've just got to say it. All right, right? I mean, he is one of the worst, and none of his stuff is worth anything. He just says, God told me, and then he doesn't use incomplete. He doesn't use complete sentences. You know, he just puts like a few words and a few words and a few words, and then it's like, okay, now look. I have a hard time believing that this divine being is talking to these prophets, because he talks like an incoherent moron, right? It's like, what? Right? If God said these things to me, I would say, what? Can you put that in a complete sentence? What is this supposed to mean? Tuesday, I am the Lord. There will be clouds. Next Thursday's Thanksgiving. Okay. And it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. And then this, and I'll say, I like this guy. But again, there's no way that God would tell you to listen to this guy. They're so ridiculous. Listen to them, really. Write down what they say. It's nonsense. It's just utter nonsense. And Troy himself has even said his education is something about theater and arts and all this stuff, and he's very good at crying on command and all these kind of things. And I'm like, yeah, I wonder where you learned how to do that, Troy. Anyway, Troy Black, yeah. First of all, your stuff is ridiculous, and second of all, you're thin-skinned trying to checkmark a little channel like me when I was perfectly nice when I reviewed your video. I hope there's no hard feelings, Troy. I really do. All right. Yeah, and good luck to this guy. Yeah, he's got some cool stuff running around his van, if you like that. And so, speaking of,
at 3:15 in the morning, I got up.
wait a minute. Gosh darn.
Here's my simplest explanation.
No, I don't want you to do that.
At 3:15 in the morning.
Okay, and so here's an example. If you haven't seen him.
Oh, this is the black guy. Okay.
This is Troy Black. Here we go. Now this is what he hears from God.
3:15 in the morning. I got out of bed. I started to see this vision that the Lord was showing me. And I saw what would look to be like a thunderstorm, like dark clouds swarming, like a spiral. And then I saw Donald Trump. And then I heard.
He's just edited it together. He's just stream of consciousness and then edited it randomly together. I like it. I like it. What can I say?
Okay, once again.
Yeah.
God spoke to me. And he gave me a vision, and there was clouds, and there was Donald Trump. Okay?
It was dark clouds.
Now,
There was a storm, and funnily enough, the clouds were dark.
yeah.
Go on,
Now,
figure that out. That must be true, right?
yeah. Now, 4,000 years ago, I had a vision, and there was storms and clouds, and there was Donald Trump, and he was the greatest thing ever.
Yeah.
Write it down in a book.
No need to write
See
it
how
down.
easy that is to do, right?
Just edit it together. It's fine. We don't need to write that down.
Here he is. God is talking to him about Donald Trump. Surely that should be in the Bible if you were writing the Bible right now, right?
Yeah.
Oh, lo, Donald Trump, the mighty prophet Troy Black, has spoketh with God. And okay, Troy, what do you got?
Heard the Holy Spirit say Mar-a-Lago, and
Wow, really? God spoke to you to tell you Mar-a-Lago. Now, remember what I just said about not a complete sentence? Right? God says Mar-a-Lago. And, right? Where's the and? God. There's no and. Mar-a-Lago what? No, just, this is how he does his prophecies. Mar-a-Lago. Okay.
Then I saw a vision of Mar-a-Lago, and I saw this white flash over it in the sky. And when it flashed, it was in the shape of a cross.
Wow. The cross over Mar-a-Lago. Mar-a-Lago is truly blessed. Again, tell me I'm wrong. 4,000 years ago, would Donald Trump be in the Bible? Right? It makes you question some of the people that are written about in the Bible. You know, how much did they exaggerate the stories about these people that, you know, a lot of these prophets are in deep with MAGA, okay? They all prophesize all the time about everything about Donald Trump. And it's like, God only seems to care about Donald Trump, at least right now. I don't know what they're going to do in a few years, but so, okay. Mar-a-Lago, and there was a cross over it.
And then when it flashed, I also heard, instead of a lightning strike, I heard what sounded like a ding sound. And I heard the Lord say,
Honestly.
That's too easy. It's just too easy.
Honestly.
the Mar-a-Lago raid is at the center of what's happening. And then he said, and I'm allowing it all for the sake of the kingdom. And then he said,
yeah, and this is obviously right after the Mar-a-Lago raid, and God told him about it. It's like, yeah, it was on the news, Troy.
pressure, making room for the gospel to be preached. He said there
Making room for the gospel to be preached by Mar-a-Lago. I don't think there's a lot of gospel going on there. I don't know. It doesn't mean anything. It's going to Mar-a-Lago to spread the gospel. Okay. All right. Trying to figure it out, Troy. I can't never figure it out. Troy's stuff don't make no sense.
There are people that think that if you voted for Trump, you must be saved. And it's just not true. And then I heard the Lord say, political affiliation does not equal salvation. And then he said,
God told him political affiliation. Oh, okay.
said, righteousness is only won by my son. And right now I'm giving you a chance to find it.
Okay, Troy.
Yeah. Okay.
All the players are in
Can I,
place.
before you do that, let me just. I heard a prophecy the other day. If you wouldn't mind, just letting me read it out, and you be the judge of how accurate this is, right?
Okay.
Obadiah, his servants, there shall in that time be rumors of things going astray, and there should be a great confusion as to where things really are, and nobody will really know where lieth those little things with a sort of raffia work base that has an attachment. At this time a friend shall lose his friend's hammer, and the youth shall not know where lieth things that they possessed by their fathers and their fathers' fathers, but there only just the night before, about 8 o'clock. Yea, it is written in the book of Cyril, that in the time shall the third one prophecy. Who needs it?
I'm open to it. I even made a little video. It's on my channel.
Okay.
You've got a prophecy with a what, where, and when that happens after you tell me, and we'll mark it down and see. I think that's very simple. Speaking of simple,
Yep, I'm here.
You know what Jesus said? There's none good but
Do-
God.
Do I know what Jesus said? Oh yeah, I know what Jesus said.
I really don't like this guy.
Do I know what Jesus said? Oh,
Yeah. Usually I don't, cause you know what? He ain't no fun. You know, I tried to be nice and everything. They had a live chat and they was timing me out and everything. I'm like, you just no fun at all, Frank. Anyway.
yeah.
When anyone says they're a good person, they're actually disagreeing with Jesus.
Oh no. Well, there's the gotcha of all time.
There you go. Yeah. Well, we know who is the biggest disagreeer with Jesus, right? Don't we, Frank?
But the question I have, and I'll try to keep it very quick and simple, but I see a lot of like atheist arguments and a lot of agnostic arguments of, people just saying like, I don't need an organized religion or I don't need a book to be a good person. And my question is like, how would you respond to that?
My question is, why do you think the purpose of life is to be a good person?
No, Frank, that's
Right. Well, because I want friends, mainly.
but I mean, she asked, how do you address that you can be good without God? And he said, well, who said it? The purpose was to be good. It's like,
Well,
I don't think it said the purpose was. It's that you can be good without God, right? So it's like,
that is what he's very clever at doing. To be
Yeah.
fair, is misrepresenting people. He's a very good straw manner. One of the best, actually,
yeah,
that I've ever heard.
He's so wishy-washy too. Are you young Earth or old Earth? Well, I know my dad's 82. And then he brushes it off because then he can sell books to both sides.
Yeah.
And what do you mean by good?
I guess in their context, like,
Oh. Bit of Jordan Peterson going on there.
Yeah. What do you mean by good? Oh,
Yeah. What do you
what do you
mean,
mean
by
by
how?
good? Oh, come on, Frank.
What do you mean by can?
Yeah,
By
these are garbage tactics. Well, what do you mean by good? It's like I think everybody pretty much has a general idea of what good is. Let's get all philosophical or something with, somebody in a T-shirt and a very small audience.
Well, that's one of the best ways that they can kind of avoid having to make any declarative statements, which they might have to back up, right? Just taking people
be a good person.
equivocating on a particular word, right? Going, oh wait, you must have meant that in the deepest possible way that word can be understood. There's a technical philosophical term rather than just, oh yeah, you just mean, yeah, how can I get on with my neighbors? Right.
Person, a charitable person, a nice person, like.
Why
very
is that?
vague.
Who said that's the purpose of life?
Okay.
Well,
Who said
kind of-
that's the purpose of life?
It's very hard to exist as a mammal on this planet unless you're kind of like that, right? Unless you kind of think, okay.
Yeah,
I mean, we are a
that's-
social species,
right.
right? So evolution kind of says that we should get on with each other. And one of the best ways of doing that is not being a complete asshole.
Yeah, basically right. I mean, it benefits the tribe, right? And it's ingrained in us that
Well, it benefits the individual.
yeah,
That's my
and
point here.
yeah, and when anybody brings up somebody doing evil things and everything, and it's like, well, see, that could be evolution too. Maybe something's just not firing right in their brain because of something that happened. Maybe we should try to figure out how to cure those kind of things. That'd be a good thing. Instead of saying they're demons.
Sure, but like, I don't know about you, but if somebody goes around being an asshole all the time, I don't want to hang around with them.
Yeah, and you wouldn't last either if you're exiled from the tribe and you're out on your own, right?
Well, you go mad. That's what happens to people that are.
Yeah.
That's why it's a crime in some countries, probably not yours, But it's a crime in some countries to leave people in solitary confinement for too long.
Yeah. Jasper's in here. Hey, how you doing, Jasper? And I saw poor Claire in here. Hello, Claire. Andrew. Hello, Andrew. There's been a lot of folks stopping through. Hello, everybody, and good evening, good morning, good day to everyone. Good to see everybody. Yeah, we're not having much luck with the prophecy stuff, so I thought I'd try a little Frank. Maybe he could enlighten us a little bit, but he ain't doing a very good job.
He's all we're going to get is straw men. I did put a couple of videos in the private chat, by the way.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah.
Oh, if you're checking them out, then I'll talk to chat for a little while you're doing that, if you like. Hello, Kevin. Good to see you. Doubting Thomas, I hope you and your sister are well. Paul Claire, thank you so much for stopping by. Please put some emojis in chat for us. Jasper, good to see you. And the answered. Rick. Yeah, like he's never. Although I quite like Frank because of the Hitchens debate. Because I thought that debate that Hitchens, he really got Hitchens going. and the funny thing is, right, I always thought about the Frank Turek, Christopher Hitchens debate is because I felt that Christopher Hitchens was particularly drunk before he got on stage. Okay. And to see Christopher Hitchens riled when he was drunk, that's quite a thing. That is quite a thing. Normally, he just falls asleep, or at least goes into himself a little. But
where does evil come from? Religion.
Yeah, but he really went for it on that one because I don't think he didn't really like Frank Turek. I don't think either. Unlike Rabbi Wolfe, who he quite liked, or Dinesh, right? Dinesh D'Souza. Okay, now he liked that guy, and he was very easy on him all the time. Right, so
don't like that guy either.
No, I find him really obnoxious, actually, which is why I really like Alex O'Connor's debate with him.
Oh,
Alex O'Connor really, it just destroyed him. I mean,
He was asking him what days of creation in Genesis, and Dinesh didn't know him, and it's like, really? I'm like,
he didn't want to engage with him. He was trying to keep him at a distance. That was so funny, though. It was a brilliant debate by Alex as well. I mean, he really, sure, it's a contradiction, but it's trivial. And he goes, well, I don't think it's trivial, and here's why, because in the Bible it says it's not trivial, right? And then he goes, oh, well, now it's not trivial. Yeah, now you've told me that, but before it was trivial, Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And I really I've been watching Alex O'Connor for quite some time, I have to say.
Yeah.
When before he did his degree or passed his theological degree, there was some naivety there. I mean, he's always a very smart guy, no doubt, but there was some naivety to do with philosophy and stuff. But all of that's gone now. He's absolutely cutthroat now. And I really enjoy his stuff. So the fact he took on Dinesh D'Souza, and I know Alex O'Connor he said previously that he was he used to fanboy for Christopher Hitchens, and it wasn't until he learned that some of the stuff Hitchens said wasn't so philosophically correct, shall we say. But he still really liked the rhetoric and stuff, as most of us did, right? To see him going after D'Souza was just a pure joy for me. Absolutely pure joy. I remember sitting down and thinking, right, okay, it's like an hour and 20 minutes or something. I can't remember how long it was exactly, but it's quite long. And I remember looking at the length of it going, this is going to be great. Oh, my God, this is going to be so good. Anyway.
Simply Secular Dave is here. How you doing? Oh no, cross-examined. I'm going to take a preventable martini for the impending headache.
Yeah, there
I
you
know.
go.
Frank is
Fortunately, it's
rough.
not very long.
Yeah, but I had it. I don't know. It just bugged me. So I'm like, all right. I haven't looked at something from Frank in a while.
That's a good question. I don't know.
Oh, what is good? Oh, that's a good question. No, it's
Yeah.
not. No.
I mean, and what's their standard of good? What does that mean?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
You know what Jesus said? There's none good but God.
There you go.
And Jesus said, "Go fuck yourselves." Yeah, that's what he said.
Nobody's good.
Yeah, you're all a bunch of wankers. I think
But
that's
see,
what Jesus said.
There's a problem with the context of that verse, though, because they said, why do you call me good? Only God is good. And it's like, well, isn't he God?
Yeah.
Right? I
Doesn't
mean,
he
it's,
know he's God? That's the point. Yeah.
it's very, the verse is kind of odd both ways. So the way Frank's using it, it's like, only God is good. And it's like, what he kind of left out, why are you calling me good? Only God is good. It always kind of separates Jesus from God. So, and besides, he does things like praise to the Father and everything. It's like, aren't you talking to yourself? Right?
When anyone says they're a good person, they're actually disagreeing with Jesus.
Oh, well, I don't want to do that.
Well, fair enough.
I ain't got nothing against the guy.
To be fair, he is a bit of a disagreeable person. I mean, he's all right when he's God, but oh god, as a human, oh my god, he's insufferable.
Well, I mean, see, there's another gotcha, right? I mean, to a believer, right? You're not going to disagree with Jesus, are you?
I don't know. I mean,
And I don't know about you, but Jesus, since he's risen from the dead, I'm going to follow him. And if
First of all,
that's-
even if
that's
he
the
did,
reason.
yeah, that doesn't mean anything.
So you don't think Lazarus, so you don't follow Lazarus, do you? He rose from the dead.
Yeah. And all the saints that came out of the ground and roamed around the city.
Oh, yeah. Saints.
But yeah, once again, it's like, oh, well, and again, even if I grant you, because I could grant so much trauma that they thought Jesus was dead, but he, really wasn't. And then, woke up and said, I'm out of here, right? And skedaddled out of town. Or crawled, whatever.
I don't think that's. I think he died on the cross and was thrown in a ditch. And
yeah, that too. Yeah, but I mean,
they couldn't find the body, so they just went, "Oh well."
Yeah, I'm just
couldn't find the body, and then like 50 years, 60 years later, they went, "Oh yeah, but he must have been buried because everybody was buried. Like he must have been put in a tomb, right? Because it's Jesus."
Yeah,
so,
but even if you could get a resuscitation event out of it, right? It still doesn't mean that anything that Jesus said was true or was recorded properly or anything else. You know what I mean? You still got a big problem there.
Yeah, just because he, even if he did rise from the dead, doesn't mean he's God.
Maybe he was in another religion. They just they just borrowed it.
I just don't think anything of. Well, of course they did. They borrowed it from the Greeks. We know that. But I just don't think. I think all of it's bullshit because, I think what was there? Somebody said there's only one recorded example of the Romans crucifying someone and the person not dying. And they died several days later, by the way, but they didn't die on the cross. So.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was, it had many reasons, right? And that's why they often did it like near the entrance of town. You'd see it in the old cowboy movies too, right? Where the piece of, the decomposition would be, dangling from an old string, right?
Well, part of it was to show people that the rule of the Romans must be obeyed, right?
Yeah.
Or like there's some famous examples of the slave revolts in Rome, and they literally, lined them, crucified them along a road, and it went for like 10 miles or something of just crosses. of people getting crucified, and they left them there for, like months and months.
Right. That was that was
Even
part
after
of
they
it.
died, just to show the slaves that you better not revolt again.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not just the execution, and execution could have been done by the sword or whatever. This is to make a point of it and to make it humiliating in the passing and after the passing as well. Yeah. But it doesn't mean anything, Frank. Even if I grant you that, it still doesn't mean anything.
If he says nobody's good but God, I'm not good. Maybe I'm.
You're being too easy, Frank.
Yeah, we know you're not good. I mean,
we know you're not good.
That's clear.
We know you're just grifting books, Frank. But okay, we'll grant you this one. You're not good.
I'm slightly better than other people in certain areas, and
gray area, Frank. Gray area.
Some others, maybe some of your congregation, only because they pay you.
they're better than me in other areas, but so what? I'm still assuming a standard. I've fallen short of that standard.
There's the problem. You cannot reach the standard, no matter what.
Well, he also gave it away there because he said, I am assuming the standard.
Yeah.
So he didn't mean to say that. So I reckon that the next sentence is going to be him correcting that. Oh, shit, I just said I'm assuming the standard.
Somebody's talking in his ear. You messed up, Frank.
Yeah, you can't say that. Oh.
That's why you need a savior if justice exists, and justice does exist.
Where do you get that from, Frank? You need a savior because justice exists, and justice exists. How's the syllogism on that, Frank?
Yeah, right. And how does that follow? It doesn't.
No. Okay.
But in fact, that's one of the major problems, isn't it? Is you having an all-merciful and a justice-giving God. Those two things are contradictory.
Yeah.
People are screaming for justice everywhere. Justice can't exist unless God exists.
Okay.
Sure.
I'll grant Frank this because I'm going to talk about an afterlife, right? If there's an afterlife and there's some kind of justice in the afterlife, let's see what Frank says.
So I don't want justice in the afterlife.
There you go. You know what my comment was on this video?
What's
Frank, let me see if it's on there. Yeah, there it is. I said, let's see, is it up on the screen? Yeah, there's my. Yeah. I said, I can face the justice for my life. Wonder why Frank cannot. And that's what hits me in this video. He doesn't want justice in the afterlife. I do. Okay, I want if there's an afterlife, I want the stepping on a balance idea, right? If you were good against your life and the balance doesn't tip the other way, then you're good to go, right? That ideal I can understand because I think that's true justice, right? Even if you messed up somewhere, if you truly made up for it, things like that, it balances out, right? You can talk about the idea of karma, right? You want to keep your karma balanced out, right? So I can understand that. But Frank, he doesn't want justice, okay? You know what Frank wants? Here's what Frank wants.
I want grace.
There you go.
Oh, okay.
Does anyone in here want justice?
Well, no, it's interesting because, I've seen the program, and Grace is a very nice-looking woman, but
Yeah.
Without Will, I don't think it works for me. I don't
This
think
is
she's
so
going to get her own
ridiculous.
show anyway.
Does anybody in here want justice?
No, I don't.
No, I don't want justice. Just steal my stuff, and that's okay. It's like, Frank, these questions just really hurt me sometimes. It's like, what a stupid thing to say.
Yeah.
Of course people want justice.
Well,
But
I mean, to be fair, I haven't
not
done
Frank.
anything that I need to be judged for.
That's
just at
the
moment.
thing. Yeah.
And you know what humans are like? Oh,
We should want grace. So I think people who
We should want grace. See, there's the problem, right? You can mess up royally, and apparently people are convinced that are on death row by preachers or their own revelation that they're forgiven and go into heaven.
yeah.
Now, I have a big problem with that.
Yeah, and also, like, if you're on death row, let's face it, you're not getting a lot of visitors. So to say, oh, yeah, to get the preacher to come back once a day, that's got to be some kind of relief, isn't it? Whether you believe in it or not.
Oh, sure.
So there you go. They're kind of like, what would they call a captive audience?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah,
saying.
anybody will tell you that's one of the, the times you can, get out of your cell or have a visitor or whatever the circumstances are. And yeah, it's something to do. Absolutely.
There you go. So,
And Dawson Bell is in here. Hello, Dawson Bell.
hey, Dawson.
Dawson saying, or AI, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. It's not really. Hey.
Okay.
But,
No, that's not true, actually, Dawson.
do you think AI can present accurate data? It's
I
pretty
don't
good
think
at that.
Josephus. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, you go ahead. I was just reading
Well,
them out loud.
And the next one, I was looking at Dawson's latest one. No, Josephus definitely doesn't mention Jesus. They mention Christians. Slightly different.
And one of my issues is that I think it's Josephus's father was Matthias, who was an elder at the temple, didn't mention Jesus.
Weird.
So, you'd think he would have mentioned it. Not, well, Josephus, and Josephus could have recorded there was Christians. It's a lot of people could have wrote that down.
Yeah, that is the.
Yeah. BS is I'm on captive desk. I'm out of loop on some of this. It's going by pretty fast. Appreciate everybody chatting. Let's see. Yeah, Frank is he's unusual. Sydney Raptor. Hello. What's up, Sydney Raptor? Good to see you. Whatever happened to tossing virgins into volcanoes for better weather and crops? Bloody Jesus took all the attention. And, that's the thing, too. I mean, ultimately, that all comes down to sacrifice and everything, too, right? Hello, Robin. Good to see you. And where it becomes ridiculous that all the sacrifices that had to be done, all the things that had to be done, all the cities that had to be destroyed, all the wars that had to be, only to have then the magic zoo boat, the flood, to start all over, have a bunch of problems again, to ultimately the plan of having Jesus as a sacrifice, right? So it goes right back to, or virgin in the proverbial volcano or whatever. It doesn't really matter. There has to be this sacrifice, right?
I think Tacitus doesn't refer to Jesus. That's number one. He does refer to the Christians worshipping someone they call the Christus, as you would imagine. So that's also a slightly different thing. But he does say that the religion comes from, that area or whatever.
And granted, right, that people that were writing things down would have mentioned a new religion or following or an uprising or, any of those kind of things would be written down. I can grant that, not a problem, but they're not contemporary. And again, somebody's father who should have been around and actually seen these things going on, didn't mention anything about it. What do you got left, Frank?
Yeah, I'm
say
saying.
that, first of all-
hang on a minute. Sorry, let me
Go
just.
ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, he says, but are you guys really saying you doubt Jesus was a real person? Yeah, I mean, I think Jesus is a myth, number one, but more to do with the fact that not somebody who they call Jesus, I think, is an amalgamation of different people, and one of those people was probably crucified. But I just think the story is too made up, too story-like to be true in the details of it actually being one person who had this life, who then had these particular followers, etc., etc. I don't think that's true. I think most of these names are made up.
I can grant that there was somebody that was crucified, and a martyr is always good for a story. Martyrs make great stories. So, yeah, the rest of it, though, it seems to be a mix of, fulfilling somehow Jesus to be the Messiah, even though he's from one town, they got to get him to another town to be born, all the fitting, of Jesus into everything, all that. And then, yeah, I mean, if you do it with all the supernatural of it and everything, and then just see, and I see it, as a martyr, it made a great story, and it worked, right? I mean, it made a huge religion,
Yeah, and I just think that particular story about that person is not true, right? I think the name Jesus was associated with somebody else who had similar views, but lived somewhere else, had a completely different story.
And
I
and
can't remember the guy's name, but there is a guy called, let me look it up now, Jesus of Apollonia or something.
Apollonius, yeah.
Apollonius, okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, there were others that they thought might be, the chosen one for whatever reason. Yeah, and a lot of times, and it's not unique to Christianity, as other religions have this too, where there's this chosen one. It seems to be in a lot of them, the chosen son, the one that's chosen to, have this predestination, to save the world or save the princess or whatever it is. And it's the same thing. So it becomes pretty obvious that, and if you go back to the Jewish prophecy, once again, Jesus is supposed to be, or the Messiah is supposed to be the one that saves everybody. Is going to swoop in and like Superman, right? Da da da! I'm here to save the day, right? And everything's going to be all better again. And it's repeated a lot. It makes a good story too, right? Superman comes in and saves the day. That's what they thought Messiah is going to. Well, then the Jewish folks that still believe in the prophecy are still hoping he's going to show up and save the day.
Well, they don't understand what Christianity is about. They don't understand what the purpose of life is about. They have no standard by which to even judge what good or bad is, and they're assuming that the purpose of life is to generally be nice by whatever their own standards are.
All right. They don't understand what Christianity is about. As far as I know, you have to believe that Jesus died and rose from the dead, and you have to repent of your sins because you believe that's the sacrifice for sins, and you have to repent for them because Jesus died for them. Is that what Christianity is about? I think that's about it. Like I said earlier, I think it was a great selling point. That's all you need. You really don't have to do anything else. I mean, it says things like works without faith is not good, or some whatever the wording is, So there is hints that you're supposed to do nice things, but it's not really commanded, right? You just have to believe Jesus rose from the dead. That means he's the son of, it proves he's the son of God and everything, and that his word is from God, however you want to say it. If you believe that, okay, you believe Jesus rose from the dead. It proves that if you believe in him, you're going to rise from the dead too. And you have to repent because Jesus died for you. I think that's about it.
Right. And let me just clarify a little
Can't
as
think
well,
of anything else.
if I may. So what I'm saying is, I think that the story is too contrived, and that, as such, it's a compendium of stories which were probably going around at the time, and then eventually just put onto one character in order to try to unify what was going to be many different versions of Christianity, inverted commas Christianity. I think that name is a later attribution as well. So I think there were many people that thinking along the same lines, or preaching, and then when you put that together with some of the ideas in the first century in Judea at the time, you get to this kind of idea of what I'm looking for. You get to this idea which these stories coalesced around, and the idea being that of Stoicism, effectively, or some version of Stoicism, and then that's made religious or made into a cult, unlike what the Greeks did with it. So they take the ideas of Stoicism and then place it into a historical kind of historical setting, which allows them to make or produce a religion. That's the idea.
And yeah, and overall, Dawson, yeah, I mean, I can grant a Jesus, and it doesn't really matter, because I'm not going to connect that to all the supernatural stuff. I can fully accept there was a lot of people that were executed by Rome because, as we mentioned, it was an iron rule, and if you effed around, you found out. And if Jesus had a following and he was maybe threatening the local rule or something, one of the things that to keep people in control is don't let them gather, right, in groups and organize and stuff, because then they're going to start talking to each other and all this stuff, right? So any kind of threat, and I always point to, it said King of the Jews on a placard on his cross, supposedly. So if I can pick that out and say, because sometimes some of these things might be accurate, okay? So if he was labeled that, that's sedition against the government, right? And he would have been, he would have been taken care of. He would have been taken care of. Yeah,
it's absolute nonsense. I mean, if that was the case, there's no way the Romans would let that go. There's no way they're going to put him across, which it says King of the Jews. That is just not going to happen. That's asking for trouble, and they've got enough trouble because how many rebellions were there in that period? Well, that's why they had to send. That's why they had to send like 2 or 3 legions there, right, to deal with them because of the trouble. So there's no way they're going to like stoke the fire, so to speak, right? So that's false. That's number one. And then number two, they don't do shit by halves, the Romans. They never did. Yeah, if they're going to crucify someone, that's it. They're not going to let you just take the body away somewhere, especially if it's got, especially if it's like somebody there, saying he's a rebel, right? That's stirring up trouble and rebellion. Then no, that person is going to stay on the cross for a long period of time. They're not going to let him down early, and they're certainly after the body has well decayed, is just going to throw him in a fucking pit because he's a traitor to the Roman
that's it.
Empire.
It's not just he was he was crucified alongside of a couple of criminals or something, right? Well, but see, he wasn't a criminal. He was, yeah, like a threat to the government or whatever it was, stirring up trouble, whatever it was. And yeah, he would have been made an example of, because of course, you know, the criminals are being made example, but yeah, trying to uprise against, you know, any local rule or organized people, any of that is a threat.
If the story is correct.
If it's correct.
Which I don't think it is, right? Let me just just doubly emphasize that. I don't think the story is correct. That's why I think all of this is later interpretation. And secondly, like all of it started, the ideas for Jesus and the ideas that he put forward were all around 100 years before that. So this is not some legend that just suddenly grew up, right? This is something that's been growing for quite some time.
There was no shortage of people on sticks they could have used as a martyr either, right? So it didn't have to be that particular person either. They could have martyred anybody and built a story around them and amalgamized all the different stuff. And
no, I think it's all later interpretation, right? They went, oh yeah, no, there was a guy, like the Romans must have done this to somebody, right? Yeah. And there would have been plenty of rebels for treasonous reasons.
A rebel story. There you go. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you know, a troublemaker, right? Somebody out there, you know, speaking out, saying, "Hey, you should feed the poor," or whatever they're not doing. They're like, "Hey, shut up!" And he goes, "You can't tell me to shut up." And they say, "You're in Rome. We can tell you to shut up." Right?
Well, like I said, there's a history there of the people rebelling against the Roman rule.
Yeah,
like, that's an actual history, and it doesn't take much to kick those people off, right? So if somebody is walking around trying to incite revolt, then the Romans are just going to deal with it. I mean, as I say, they ended up sending legions to the place.
Yeah, that's where I can grant somebody that was a troublemaker, and if that was Jesus, then okay.
Well, it's a load of people. That's Dave. It's a load of people. It's not one person. Yeah. It's a load of people that are in that boat. Right?
That's what I say. They had plenty of martyrs to pick from. Right.
If it was one person, the Romans would have written about it and gone, "Oh yeah, hang on a minute. Yeah, there's this one guy, you know." But no, you know, they didn't. Right? There's a load of people that were trying to incite revolt. You know?
Yeah. Well, the gap issue between when they wrote these things down too has always been a problem, because even if you go back to Jesus's birth, supposedly the wise men knew about this, that this divine person was born and everything, and yet nobody seemed to bother to write down anything about anything he did or said until, you know, somebody thought about it way later or heard about the stories and everything. And so that's always a big problem too. You knew God incarnate was walking around and nobody cared, right? Nobody wrote down anything. Well, what do you have for breakfast, right? And nothing, right? It's kind of, it leaves that big gap where, you know, to fill in with a bigger, better story to tell.
Well, it's even worse, Dave. It's even worse than that, because, like, allegedly the apostles weren't educated people, and yet miraculously somehow 100 years later, right, the Gospels are popping up all over the place. Right? These are uneducated people that were illiterate, like most people were back then, right?
Written in educated Greek, right?
And yet here we are, 70 years later, or 30 years later, as Christians claim, the Gospels are popping up. No, that is absolute rubbish. All of that is complete rubbish.
Well, I think we know what Christianity is about. What's number 2, Simos? They don't understand what the purpose of life is about. Biologically, it's to reproduce, Frank. After that, I think it's all bonus. I think our biologically, we need to reproduce. So it's the end of the species. And because we are to a conscious level and the physical ability to have all these great things and write books like religious books and everything, it is all added to what the purpose of life is. And then it includes what you want to do. Like, do you want to have a big family or not? Do you want to climb mountains or go hiking or be an Olympic athlete or a musician or so many things that give people a purpose, so to speak. They wake up in the morning, maybe they say praise Jesus, or they wake up in the morning, they put on their sneakers and they go for a run because they're getting ready for a race. You're stretching out, and you're going to work out on the rock climbing wall and get ready for a climb. Purpose can be completely, relative and subjective to whatever you want, really. I mean, it's all bonus. And if you live to an old age too, that's all bonus,
This is one of the. This is
Enjoy
one of the, This is another one of the problems to do with the vulgar Christian religion, because of course it says that the purpose of life is to get into the afterlife. Right? And how do you do that? Yeah, well, you just disown your family. All right, number one. You renounce authority, and you just follow. Have to eat this ritual.
I got some good news and some bad news.
You've got to be superstitious, in other words, right? Well, this stretches credulity as far as I'm concerned, because anytime somebody tells me that I need to be superstitious, I just think, why? Why would I even do that? It's never worked in the past, right?
I just watched
How many
something-
lottery tickets have I bought in my life? Not very many, because I'm not superstitious. That's it. And I have a chance of winning that.
I just saw somewhere they said the problem is you have to have an infantile mind like a 5-year-old to understand the Bible. And I was like, that is your...
Yeah.
There you go. I mean, you're turning off, all reason and accepting the Magic Zoo boat and all this stuff, because that's what gets you into the afterlife. That's like, and again,
absolutely. It literally
this is why I talk Magic Zoo boat. I'm gonna go before the pearly gates, and they're gonna pull out the big scroll, and they're gonna say, Dave, you made fun of the Magic Zoo boat. And I must say, yeah, I did.
Yeah. Well, it
Ryan,
says that you should.
Hello, Ryan.
It says you should approach the belief and the Gospels with the mind of a child. It literally says that, with a childlike curiosity, right?
Yeah.
And that's because it doesn't want you to think too hard about it, right? But that's why another one of the things they say. I can't remember who said it, but I am sure it's someone will tell me. When I was a child, I spoke and thought like a child. When I became a man, I put away childish things.
I cite that. That's one Bible verse I know, because when somebody says, what's your favorite Bible verse? I say, when I was a child, I thought like one and I spoke like one. But when I became a man, I put away childish ways. I think that's what I did. I mean, Bible stories to me would be equivalent to any of the other, children's stories or any of those things associated with my youth, where I outgrew it because I realized, well, these are just stories. They have different meanings. This one makes you laugh. This one makes you cry. This one, makes you a Christian, right? So yeah, I can relate to that Bible verse in a strange way. Yeah. Frank,
Let me just
purpose of life. Okay. Yeah. You should have a purpose in life, Frank, and not just, as Simo said, worrying about when you die. That's no way to live. All right. Number 3.
You should have a purpose for your life. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Number 3, they have no standards by which to even judge what good or bad is. Yes, we do. We have a lot of standards. That's why we have, as a society, we have, these laws and stuff where we say, you're going too far, right? I think that's basically what it is. I think there's, when you're imposing something on somebody, that's bad, and it goes back to the social species again. You're in a group, and one of you's poking at the other one in the arm, and the other one's going to say, "Hey, I don't like that," right? And then you decide, "Hey, it ain't cool to poke people in the arm," right? So I don't think these things are hard to figure out. So yeah, the standard is pretty much the golden rule I would throw out, and Frank can own it, and so do other religions and philosophers and non-religious philosophers have all repeated the golden rule, and I think it's pretty easy to figure out, hey, I don't like that, so don't do that to other people. And so yeah, if you're imposing on other people, it's bad. And if so, on the opposite, if you're somehow helping people or helping the group or the tribe, these things are what we think are good. How about you, Simon? You like being poked in the arm?
Well, yeah. I mean, if it's a vaccine or something, yes, I do.
But it's not hard to figure out, right? I mean, generally, yeah, we can figure it out. I often point out, if you take candy away from a baby, doesn't it cry? Because it was like, hey, that sucks, right? You took away my candy, you know? So I think pretty much a baby can figure out, hey, you know, that ain't cool. So then obviously then you would grow up thinking, hey, I'm not going to take candy away from a baby because I didn't like anybody taking my candy away. I don't think it's that difficult to figure these things out, right?
Yeah. I mean, when I was a kid, I used to bogart. And when I became a man, I used to toke it up and pass it left.
There you go. Became a gentleman.
There you go.
All right. So we know what good and bad is. And you don't, the standard, of course, varies by culture and the times and everything and all that stuff. Long, big, huge discussion, but there is a ways to judge what is good or bad, even if you don't do it by the Bible, which has a lot of bad things in it that are deemed as okay, which I would say is good.
Dawson's got a question for you, Dave. Genuine question. Want me to read it out?
Genuine question.
You answer.
How do we find purpose when we know everything will be gone soon? Or as evolutionists and atheists, aren't you delusional about objective purpose? Or disillusioned about objective purpose? No, I think you can have an objective purpose to a point. I don't think there's a 100% objective, but I think you can be close to an objective purpose.
Oh, you can
I don't have
purpose. That's fine.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that, really. No.
Yeah, think of it this way.
As long as it's not commanded, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well,
but I think if people realize that there's ways to do things, and it becomes an objective purpose, I have no problem. I think we show a lot of examples of that, right?
Well, okay. There's two ways. There's two parts to this question. Firstly, how do we find purpose? My analogy for that, I'm going to give you two analogies here. First analogy is we find by purpose by painting our own purpose. That's what we do. We paint a purpose on our life. So I think of life as an open canvas, a white canvas, for which we can paint our own purpose, right? We can paint a picture of our own desire. And as an atheist, my goal is to get to the end of my life and be happy with the painting that I've created, the picture that I've drawn and painted, right? Now, I could do it a different way, right? I could do it by paint by numbers, which is what I am calling like something like Christianity, which is paint by numbers, right? The purpose is all laid out for you, and all you've got to do is fill in the different numbers with the paint. And that's fine, right? You can do that. But of course, you're going to get to the end of your life and you're going to have a very nice picture because it's all been drawn for you and all you've had to do is paint it in. But I would prefer, personally, just to create my own painting of whatever I feel I want to do. And that's fine. And then the second point about this is, how aren't we disillusioned about not having an objective purpose, right? Well, I am going to give you another analogy. Life is like a game of chess, okay? And if I want to play the game of chess, right, there are good moves and bad moves to make. And those depend upon the rules and the presuppositions that I have that go to make up what I consider to be a fair game, right? And if I do that, if I play a fair game, then there are definite moves which are good and definite moves which are just going to lose me the game. And that's how I consider it to be objective, right? I think that there are a set of rules that we have within the human species, mainly called laws, but not exclusively, which we follow. And I follow them because I want to get to the end of my life having played a good game. And I'm not particularly interested in whether I win or lose. I just, because we all lose, as you say. But I want to have played a good game. There we go. Those are my two kind of answers to the 2 points. It is objective because there are rules by which we follow.
Yeah, I lean with the the rest in peace. I think if you can die in peace, you rest in peace, so to speak. If you go kicking and screaming, maybe there was real fear for having to answer what a crappy person you were. Now, what I show is because there are these studies where they work with people that are perfectly healthy. These aren't people in bad condition or anything. These are just people that are really, 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 really old, and they know the time is near, right? And they find a peace with their life. They become very peaceful when you realize, it's time. And they often talk about speaking like to their loved ones and stuff. And it's like, they're kind of reviewing their life, right? They're making a peace with everything. I had children, we had vacations, then we had the grandkids, and you're putting all this together. And as Simon said, you're filling in the painting, and from what I understand, the people become very peaceful, reflecting, and they'll notice when they're doing that, within a day or so, they'll pass away. So it can be very peaceful to have your own paint filled in, and then review it as your final masterpiece before you go. I think everybody should go that way. That would be wonderful.
I also, I remember. Oh yeah, it says fair, as in following the golden rule. Yeah, that type of thing. I mean, again, I happen to think that the way the Bible constitutes the golden rule is probably one of the worst ways. But the Chinese way of constituting the golden rule, or even the Indian way, is a little superior, and that's probably the one which I follow.
I think it isn't the Wiccan one that I believe that says hurt no one. And it's like, there you go. That's a pretty good one.
Yeah, well, the golden rule being, or as the Christians see it, is do unto others as you'd have them do unto you. But I think the better one is do not do unto others as you wouldn't want unto you.
And
that
Dawson
tends to be the one that I follow.
Dawson is an evolutionary theist. Okay, that's cool.
Okay, cool.
Welcome to the conversation. Appreciate you being here. And speaking of, we've got Purple joining in. Hello, Purple. Good to see you. I was on with Purple earlier, and I lost my internet. We were down for a little while. Everything was down. I mean, because I'm everything, my TV and everything. So I was all down. It was like, I don't know, the branch fell on some or what. I don't know what happened. So, but I'm back up and running. So good to see you. And we have Koopy Gaga.
Oh yeah, there's another one as well.
Koopy wants to know if Jesus was real, would you follow him? Well, I can grant Jesus was real. And if you want to talk about things like helping the poor and the needy and all those kind of things, I'm all for it. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that idea of Jesus. Now, if it's Jesus associated with wrath and wars and, revelation where everybody's going to get stomped out and, all those horrible things that, it's all that supernatural stuff. But if we just want to stick with a Jesus as a person who led a revolution to make the world a better place, I would definitely give him thumbs up for it. Absolutely.
Right, if Jesus was real. Yeah, that's a tough one.
Following the religion is another question.
The idea of vicarious redemption is just pure hate, as far as I'm concerned.
There was
a human sacrifice is not something I would follow. So
yeah, you have a good night, Dawson. Thanks for stopping by and chatting with us. I think there was I saw another question.
Yeah, thanks, Dawson. Yeah, interesting questions.
Oh yeah, there was Jasper said there's this alleged IQ genius Young Hoon Kim claiming Jesus is God and the belief in life after death is actually consistent with quantum physics.
Yeah, well, alleged is the doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence.
Is that the guy with the 200 IQ or whatever?
No, clearly not. Otherwise, he wouldn't be saying such rubbish.
That he's got one of those like theories of everything type thing.
Yeah, it's rubbish.
Yeah,
it's rubbish. I mean, anything is consistent, right? Consistent is such a mealy word that just to put consistent with quantum mechanics is, we don't know what the theory of quantum mechanics actually means on the deepest, ontological level. So, of course, you can say anything's logically consistent.
Well,
right? Because guess what? There's a rule of uncertainty in quantum mechanics.
Yeah, and trying to follow these folks like
ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Deepak and our buddy Wayne and everything, just talking all this nonsense. If you're talking about that 200 IQ guy or whatever it is, what's that guy from The Wire that he was talking to him. And yeah, he just loved them because, well, of course there's a God, because the quantum entanglement of the timeline of the blah, blah, blah BS proves there's a God. And it's like, no, it doesn't. You just said a mouthful of nothing. Every time I try to figure out what these guys are saying, and I'll write down what they're saying, or I'll pull up the transcript or something, and I'll sit there and actually, because in real time, it's, that's the BS part, right? Because you can't follow it all in real time. But if you sit there afterwards and take some time, they aren't saying anything. It's a bunch of nonsense. That proves God. Oh, yeah, see, there again is a problem. Yeah, I'm supposed to accept your, our speech or whatever of all this nonsense. William Lane Craig does it too. Throws out all this nonsense and big words that you just can't all absorb in real time. And then some people walk away saying, oh, what a genius. And other ones go back and you take some notes and you look at it afterwards and spend the real time examining it. And it's a bunch of nonsense. And then it's nonsense proves God. Okay, once again, I'm going to go to the pearly gates and I'm going to get judged. I'm not believing in the magic zoo boat or this nonsense they do, trying to connect these things that don't connect to each other.
Yeah, and I wasn't given a 276 IQ. So what's that all about?
Yeah.
I mean, it's anybody that claims they've got an IQ in that kind of range is just talking rubbish.
And it doesn't really matter.
Bloody rubbish. Let me put it
high
this way.
IQs are good at like problem solving, those puzzles and those kind of things. And it's like, yeah, you can use your brain pretty well, but there's people that achieve great things that don't have high IQs. So,
Yeah, maybe. But however, it doesn't make
Well,
any
I mean,
difference.
not bragging IQs.
It doesn't make any
anyways.
difference because 276 IQ just doesn't fucking exist, right? If it is,
Doesn't it
it's
go to
some
like?
kind of, no.
Yeah.
If it does, it's some kind of internet, like bollocks kind of like take this test and just put your email details here because that's what we're after. If you
Yeah.
fall for that, you don't have an IQ of 276. So anybody that's taken a test where it measures 276 definitely doesn't have an IQ of 276. And then secondly, Einstein never had an IQ of that high. I mean, it's just ridiculous to claim that. So, and if they're saying they're smarter than Einstein, that's fine. Let's see the scientific breakthroughs and the philosophical breakthroughs that this guy's made, and then we'll judge it on that because I don't think they're there. And then thirdly, I have a strong what's the word I'm looking for? Feeling of self-aggrandizement when somebody claims that they're that smart, because people that are that smart don't make those kind of claims. They just don't do it.
Claims 276 IQ. Planet Peterson did a total takedown. Yeah, that might be the one. I've seen people take. I think Professor Dave covered that guy. Yeah,
It's totally ridiculous.
I got 276 IQ and God is real. Okay, well that's settled then.
Yeah, well,
okay.
I'm guessing you did an internet IQ test, and that's where you reckon you got 276 because, Mensa don't score that high. I'm sure of that.
And there's a Oceanus. Hello, Oceanus. How you doing?
Yeah.
Lots of folks stopping through and saying hi. Good to see everybody. Hope you're having a good one wherever you're at. And if you're in one of the hot areas, I hope you're staying cool. We dipped down finally here. It was it's in the 80s today, so about a 10-degree drop, and that means a lot. It's still real humid. It wasn't really that enjoyable being out. I did grill dinner and I worked in the garden a little bit, and it was a little humidity. The humidity just ruins it. But we did get a real little relief, and it looks like the temperature's dropping off a little bit earlier this evening too. That was another thing, staying warm at night, and if you don't have AC or something going, it's got to be tough.
Yeah, and I've just looked at that link, and I did see something where they said that there is some percentage of the brain that you can live without, and you're not completely normal, but you don't lose, as long as they're not in particular areas of the brain, you don't lose too much cognitive function because we don't use a lot of our brain. Every part of the brain has a use, right? So it's not that you don't lose anything. It's just that the main ways that we live are restricted to a few basic areas. So I think we can get rid of like 20% of the brain and still seem normal, even if our long-term memory isn't as good as it should be, or various other problems. And by evolution, of course, we know that the brain, is going to be takes up a lot of energy, and therefore there is going to be no part of it which isn't useful to our evolution.
Yeah, I just saw a thing where they were talking, it was a mind-brain discussion or something. They were showing x-rays of people that, for different reasons, maybe they were just born that way or whatever, they didn't have, a certain percentage of the brain, but that they went on to be mostly perfectly normal. One of them even became an accomplished musician or something like that. But it's just something that you can do without. But it's nice to have the extra there, though, right? I mean, there is a reason for the size that we have as well.
That's right.
So they're assuming that the purpose of life to generally be nice by whatever their own standards are.
Yeah, that's basically it. Yeah, that's
I
basically it.
I can go with that.
I think nice is not the word I'd use there, but I
Yeah,
was
like I
taught.
say,
I was
if
taught when I was taught when I was younger that the word nice is not a very nice word in English.
yeah, if
Use it.
what is the Buddha saying? I think it is, or some that if you can't help someone, at least don't harm them, something like that.
Yeah, well, get out of the way so they can help themselves. Yeah.
Help, yeah, yeah. So yeah, if you aren't, yeah, if you're helping, it's good. If you're harming, it's bad. I think that's the way the arrow goes back and forth on that.
Who said they're right?
We did.
Well, they did. No, but specifically, they did. Right? There you go. You're assuming. You assumed, right?
Yeah.
He said it himself earlier in this very thing. He said, "Oh, I assume that this purpose. I assume a purpose, and so other people do as well."
Yeah. And that's the thing. The argument's been had, good and bads of religion, and the people that find comfort in it and they find meaning or purpose or whatever, if they're happy getting up and going to church and doing the bake sales and helping people and all that kind of stuff, then that's fine as well.
It is.
Sure.
It is hard. It is, in my analogy, it is hard to paint your own picture. It's tough, right?
Yeah.
It's not the easiest thing to do. The easiest thing to do is just to fall in line with all the other people, go to this church, have a community, and just follow the rules, or be seen to be following the rules, I should say, and don't get caught. And that's enough. That's your minimum, and it's not too much stress on your mind. And you'll probably meet someone that you can marry and have kids with, provided you're not too picky. And that's fine, right? You can do that. But for some people, that's not enough. They have higher reaching goals for which they wish to, as I say, paint their own picture, regardless, good or bad, right? And I know I'll get to the end of my life and go, well, there's a bit I fucked up over there on that bit because I made mistakes, and that's how that is. But when I look at it, I'll go, well, they are my mistakes, and that little bit of mistake meant that I did this other bit over here much better, and that's all I'm looking to do. Just look at my picture and go, yeah, that was good. That was worth it.
And the question is always too with the Christians is, well, I'm forgiven, and it's like, yeah, well, that's nice, right? But like again, it can expand to so many things. They'll say, well, I'm just forgiven of sin, but then again, they'll expand it to people on death row that, well, you're forgiven, right?
Yeah.
And Frank pushing the whole thing of that's what he wants. He wants people that just say, okay, I accept Jesus today, and you get a pass on everything. And that's always a troubling thing with grace. And of course they'll say he's talking about justice. There will be justice. I said, I don't see how you get justice under grace.
No, absolutely. Well, that's what I'm saying. Mercy, being all merciful, and having justice, objective justice, just they don't mix. They're not.
They don't.
You can't have that. If you have justice, in which case those that do wrong are punished, right? Regardless of whether they turn to Jesus or not.
And well, there's a loophole too, because if you ask somebody, what about people that haven't heard about Jesus? The answer will be, well, God is just and God will judge their hearts or whatever. Yeah. And so then now you're going back to, okay, well, if I'm a good person, then I'm in, and then I don't have to follow your Christianity. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you have to hear the word of Jesus.
Provided no one mentions Jesus.
Yeah, right. So it's
ridiculous. It just doesn't make sense. But even given that, right? Even given that, it doesn't make sense anyway. Because if you're like a mass murderer, and then just before you get the switch flicked for the chair, you turn around and say, "Oh, I accept Jesus." Well, then it doesn't matter how many people you killed.
And here's the same thing.
If you killed somebody who didn't accept Jesus, they're going to hell. Right.
Right.
And you're not. I mean,
Yeah.
tell me that is justice, and I'm going to tell you, well, that's a load of bollocks. So
And
you know,
and
you can't be all just. That's not possible, and be all merciful.
and here's another one looking for a loophole too, because I heard this and then I'm pretty sure I left a comment on this one too, but this is another one here that it kind of bothers me when I hear this.
Style evangelism. They'll know Jesus by seeing how I live. So I'm going to be a nice person. I'm going to do good things. And through my good works, people will know about Jesus.
Oh, Catholic. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, well, that would be nice, right? Yeah, I think there's a Bible verse about that I'm going to bring up in a minute.
And here's my response to that.
Uh-oh. You're going to ruin it, aren't you? Don't be a nice person, all those. You're going to ruin it, right? Yeah, you're going to ruin it.
Atheists hold doors too.
Oh, yes, you know what? I hold the door. I do.
Interesting.
I'm polite, whatever you want to call it. I hold the door, and it doesn't matter who it is. I hold the door. If I get to the door at the same time as somebody else, my immediate instinct is to grab the door and say, "After you." Yes, I do that for no other reason other than it's the nice thing to do. That's it.
Yeah.
Your personal acts of kindness are good examples of your faith, but they're not the gospel.
They're not the gospel. Well,
there we are.
I looked it up, and I'm pretty sure there says something about they will know you by your fruits. And I punched that up, and what do you know? You will know them by their fruits. And that's in Matthew. Isn't that like a gospel? Isn't that? I'm pretty sure it is. And it says, beware of false prophets who come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravenous wolves. You will know them by their fruits. Do men gather grapes from thorn bushes or figs from thistles? Even so, every good tree bears good fruit, but a bad tree bears bad fruit. On and on, etc. Not being a good person and being, as he said, show everybody that I'm a nice person and be nice and be like Jesus, smile, smile, is not the gospel. Then again, I'm confused because Matthew, gospel, Matthew 7:15 through 20, Matthew, that's a gospel. I totally get lost when you're saying ignore Jesus saying you should, or people will know you by your fruits. In other words, you're supposed to be a nice person. Isn't that what that means?
I
mean, come on.
Spiritually.
Well, it's
always the get out, right?
Yeah, I'm reading it and I'm saying, okay, well, that's kind of a nice thing. Yeah. That's kind of a nice thing to say. In agreement with what I was saying is that if you try to be a good person, right, then, you're doing good by your life. You're doing the best you can by others. There you go. But then all of a sudden, I can agree. Jesus, this is in the gospel though. And then he's going to say, but that's not gospel. And you know why? Because he's going to turn right to, all you need to do is believe in Jesus rose from the dead, and you get out of everything else. And it doesn't matter how much you screw up because you're forgiven under grace. And there's the problem. Once again, same thing the other one was just talking about.
Yeah.
Atheists hold the door too. In other words, being good doesn't mean squat. And it's like, well, if that doesn't mean anything to God or Jesus or anything, then what's the point of it all?
One of the
I have a
things
real problem with that.
One of the things I thought about was somebody said part of the traditional view, right? And this is not biblical, but the traditional view is that when after Jesus was crucified, he went to hell to open the door for Adam and Eve. And I thought,
Yeah.
why the fuck do Adam and Eve get out? They're the ones that caused all this fucking shit in the first place. I mean, why would you let them out? I mean, that's just fucking crazy.
Well, and these near-death experiences too, where they go to hell for a day or something. It's like, how'd you get back out? You know what I mean? I didn't think there was a way you can just go visit for a day. I didn't realize that either. And speaking of nonsense, what's it? Yeah, I'm gonna be coming up on the time here, so this is a good one I think to wrap up things with. This one here I think bugged me too. Let me see.
I was debating with an atheist at MIT.
Sure you were.
Exactly. I was debating an atheist at MIT.
Yeah.
Huh.
I'm guessing he wasn't a philosophical student, but
Tilting says, yeah, I have a lot of nerve reading the Bible. You know, that's the thing. I mean, and of course I see the problems too, because I can read one thing that sounds really nice, and then I can read something else that seems to contradict it and not be nice at all. And it's supposed to be clear, and it's supposed to speak to you, and the Holy Spirit's supposed to come up through my fingers or something. And it doesn't seem to. It just seems silly and contradictory, and
yeah.
And it reads really bad because it's not in our modern language or vernacular, whatever the word is. You know what I mean? We don't talk like that either. So when you're reading the Bible, it's, and then thou art, and it's really hard to even understand when you're reading it, because it's not in our it's not fluent to read, or is that the word, fluid? It doesn't read well. It's really it's really hard when you're trying to read it and you're like, oh, what's this word?
This is why I think it's not. This is why I think it's Jesus is not an actual person, that it's an amalgamation of different people, because there are so many contradictory ideas. I mean, I use the word contradictory. I don't mean it in the logical sense, by the way, but I just mean it in the senses where they're incoherent, right? There are so many ideas which are just literally almost the opposite of each other, that they're very hard to reconcile. You can always reconcile them, of course, because you can say, well, it's metaphorical, it's not meant literally. There'd only be contradictions if they were literal, right? So, and they're not, right? That's the point. That's why I know. That's why I believe. Sorry, not that I know. That's why I believe that this is a conglomerate of different people's ideas over quite a long period of time, 150 years or something, and that just means that's why we find there are so many things in here where one Christian reads one passage and goes, "This is it. This is what I take to be the most important thing," and another Christian, like the Catholics, read, "You have to, if you follow Christ, it will demonstrate in your life, and you will look like a Christian." And others go, "That doesn't matter what you look like, as long as you in your heart believe that you are a Christian, then you're a Christian. You're saved."
Yeah.
So this kind of thing is why there are however many 4,000 different denominations, major denominations of Christianity, and this is why there's a split between the Catholics and the Protestants, right?
Well,
there you go.
Yeah, or even early Christianity. I mean, you would think in the time where they would say, okay, these things happened, there was immediate splits. They couldn't agree, right after the fact. Yeah, so
for sure.
There's a big problem there as well.
Yeah.
If you want to get
it took them hundreds of years to work it out.
Yeah, and if you want to talk about as close to the real time of Jesus, well, right after Jesus, they were already disagreeing on it. So, yeah, that's another problem. And like Purple points out, if you know about Jesus and don't accept him, you go to hell. if you never heard about Jesus, you go to heaven. Wouldn't it have been better if they never went around the world telling natives about him? Yeah, those missionaries just, and sneezing on people and stuff. It's causing all kind of problems. It's like, thanks for nothing, What is it that the missionaries came and they said to look up at the Bible, and when I looked back down, they had taken our land.
There you go. Yeah. And killed half the population.
Yeah. How did Cat Kerr get to see hell and then come back? Yeah, see, that's my question. How you would think there wouldn't, it's a one-way door, right? I mean, if there's a way back out, there's an exception to the rule, right? So if there's people getting in and out, then there must be a way to get in and out. So Cat Kerr knows everything, though.
And also for heaven as well, right? There was one bishop. This is something Hitchens said. There was a bishop, I can't remember when, 19th century bishop, who said one of the things about one of the pleasures about being in heaven was to be able to look down at the people in hell suffering.
Yeah.
You're kind of like.
Yeah, I was debating an atheist at MIT. In other words, somebody on the sidewalk near the campus while he invaded their time and space inappropriately.
Yeah,
of course,
let's get back to it. Yeah, let's get back
I'm surprised it wasn't sitting next to him on an airplane. That's another one. I was sitting next to this atheist on the airplane, and I sure had him cornered, and I told him a thing or two about Jesus. And let me tell you, they converted right there on the spot.
Right.
Yeah, I'm sure.
After about
guaranteed.
Whiskey.
Yeah, this guy's good. You're going to enjoy this.
All right, they're wicked smart there at MIT in Boston, right? Right, John? All right.
Yeah, probably a lot of smart people at MIT. That's kind of the idea. Yeah.
I think that we were talking about top universities the other day, weren't we?
Yeah.
And that MIT is the top university in the world, apparently.
Lots of smart people there, a lot of technology research done there. And we'll go there.
And this guy said, Chris, I don't need this belief in an imaginary God to tell me that my life has purpose and meaning. I just make up my own purpose. So I said, really? You make it up? You know what?
Yeah, we just discussed that. You can pretty much paint your own picture. So already got you covered on that one.
That's called when you make something up, right? Make believe.
No,
that's not right.
It's not we just said it's your life, and it's reality. It's things you did and places you went and emotions you felt and all those things. I don't see how that it becomes make believe.
So technology. I mean, what about the first person that made a computer? Is that make believe? Computers are make believe because somebody made a computer. I think you're using some kind of etymological fallacy here.
I don't. Make believe totally lost me. I'm like,
make it believe. Up. It doesn't follow that it's not true. It doesn't follow.
Yeah, sorry I didn't bring my string. Usually I have my string ready for Saturdays. But that's a big piece of string. I love when they use just go from here to there, and it's like, okay. All right. What do you got? What else you got here?
If there is no God, there is no purpose to life.
Yes, there is, buddy. Why are you so down on life?
Yeah.
Life is there's all these great things, you can enjoy so many, things, art and music and love and romance and food and smells of the flowers.
The main one. And the main one. The main one beginning with F.
Yeah. All that.
Like, you think about it, okay? So the first human that existed, right? Evolutionary speaking.
That's what I meant by romance. That's what I meant by romance.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Yeah, you're being nice. Okay, gotcha. Well, they had no incentive. There was no meaning, right? Because nobody had thought of God. So there's no way that person could have had meaning, right? Or those people, I should say, because it was probably a group. right? So there's no way they could have had meaning, right? So why would they have even bothered having children?
Yeah.
Why would they have even bothered? So clearly, not having a purpose, if there is no purpose by your standard, it makes no difference.
Nope.
It doesn't mean life isn't worth living.
Nope.
Otherwise, we wouldn't be here now.
And it's a bummer. I mean, you know, that's the thing. Christianity really bums me out. It's always telling you how awful you are and everything. And, you know,
Yeah.
You know, well, Turk just says, you know, nobody's good. You know, there's no good. And it's like, you know, hey, up yours, Frank. You know what I mean? I think there's really good people in this world. I think there's people in this world that make the rest of us look bad every day, Frank. And I would hold them up on the pedestal and give them a medal that says good on it, because I would absolutely declare there are people in this world that are good people, very good people. So it's just, it's so depressing. Everybody's terrible. And what are you, evil and murderous in your heart and all that garbage in the Bible? It's just a terrible view of people.
Yeah, and I think there is a psychological reason, right? There is something about Christians in general, not specifically, but in general, there is something about Christians who love the idea of being victims. They revel in being victims, right? And so much to the point where a Christian will go into an atheist room in wherever it is, Discord or wherever, and they will literally start telling people that they're going to hell in order to get and elicit a response by people in those rooms to say, well, you're a bad person, just so they can feel like they're a victim. You know, the number of times I've heard Christians claim victimhood.
So I really don't like that. And like I said, supposedly you've got the most awesomest selling point that any salesman could ever dream of selling, right? That's heaven, right? Heaven, an eternal afterlife of whatever you know think heaven is, right? Spending it with all the ones you have lost, or if it's, you know, cat cur version with gummy bears and rainbows and chocolate fountains, whatever. You've got the greatest thing to sell ever, and you're gonna doom and gloom and talk about political issues, social issues, pull in the science bashing and everything, which he's not done yet, folks. And and why are you doing that when you have heaven to sell? I think that's all they should be talking about is we've got heaven, folks, right? We have heaven. I mean, how could you possibly talk about anything else if you've got the contracts right here? Folks, fill out, sign right here. We got heaven, you know, they put it on the billboards and the commercials and big buttons. We got heaven, right?
They found that just giving people carrots wasn't selling the product. So they had to remind them they've got a stick as well.
Yeah. It should be an easy sell, right? It would be a dream job, right? You've got the best product ever that who could not want this product, right? And they screw it up.
Well, it just didn't work. It just didn't work.
Yeah, for obvious reasons.
It turns out that these pagan people were having great lives without fucking Christianity, and it wasn't until they decided to use a stick to beat people into submission that they started gaining any traction. So there you go. That's why the stick's there.
And
who invented the stick? Jesus.
Yeah, I don't remember the stick, but I'm pretty sure I remember how he ends this here. So.
Have you ever watched a movie that the screen went dark halfway through and nothing else happened to the characters in the movie? It just ended right there? That movie stunk. That's your life if there's no God.
Well, first of all, if the movie just stopped, there was probably a malfunction. It doesn't mean that the movie stunk. And that's your life without God, because if this is an analogy to your life, then like halfway through your life, it just stops and goes blank. Or does this mean your life and then, oh, wait a minute, when you die, it just goes blank?
That's what they're getting at.
And that would suck. Okay, I got it. All right.
And this is another point, right?
I got it.
Made
Yep.
by countless people, right? Which is this: is a movie not worth watching because it ends?
Yeah, or if it doesn't
No,
end the
it's
way
not.
you want.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Just because the movie has an end, does that mean it's not worth watching? No, it doesn't. Because you watch it to fill in that time before it ends. That's what you're getting to.
Yeah.
And so, why is life any different?
And,
Right?
and the life movie part would be
life has an
complete.
end. Just because life
Yeah.
has an end doesn't mean that it has no meaning.
Yeah. And it also
Right, and
it's just like halfway too. And it's like,
Well,
well, no, you're
what's that?
separating the mortal realm from the supernatural realm. You would still have a full version of your life. You
Well,
know what I
even
mean?
if- even
It
if
doesn't
your
take
life
away
is-
half of it.
Even if your life is cut short, you had meaning up until the point.
Yeah.
And it is cut short because guess what? If God is real, he's a real fucking bastard because some kids don't make it out of fucking, out
No.
of the birth canal.
Yep.
Whose fault is that? That's
And
that's the creator's fault.
Getting to that age too. A friend of mine, they just got some bad news. Somebody had passed away, and it just out of the blue, it just happens, and you're like, man, they still had years to go and everything, and it's like, no, there's nothing guaranteed. It's not guaranteed. You go to sleep, and my wife and I was talking about something, and my wife said, yeah, I think it's kind of a miracle. I think, you go to bed and might not wake up. And when you wake up in the morning, it's kind of a miracle, right? You live another day, it's kind of neat. But it makes you think then and appreciate that, it's a gift. It really is. The longer you live and the healthier you live, the more bonuses you got, and a lot of people didn't. So that seems to be how it is. Religion doesn't do a very good job defending it because they just, including Jesus, basically said that's how things are. And so I don't see how it changes or does anything on the big scale. Again, personal, on the personal level, I can understand the arguments. People, find comfort in religion, all that stuff. But overall, on the big scale, though, it has to be seen as a problem at some point of scale. It just has to every time. And even the religions that don't bother people, if they got big enough, I think they would have the same problems as well. So I think there's always that point of it's too big and it ruins it for everybody. It seems to play out in a lot of scenarios, right?
Well,
everything was going good, and then Bob ruined it for everybody, right? Thanks, Bob. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like everybody was having a great time under paganism.
Yeah.
Everyone was great. Oh yeah, okay, this is pretty good. We go in, we get drunk all together, we enjoy each other's company, and we worship a god. How wonderful! Or we go and we have a feast. We take a bull and we go cook it up, and that's great. We have a great time, or a lamb, or whatever, a goat, whatever it is, right? And then Jesus comes along and goes, no, human sacrifice is the thing we need. Fuck off. Yeah.
And you can't even enjoy it because, like you said, Yahweh wants it all burned to a crisp because he likes it all crispied.
Yeah.
And, hey, Mikey's stopping in. Good to see you, Mikey. And let's see, I want to make sure it was scrolling by. A bunch of people were dropping by, and I look away, and then the thing changed, and people dropping in.
Standard deviation, hello, sir.
Standard deviation's been here. Good to see
Ryan
you.
Murphy, hello, sir.
A lot of people have dropped by. I always appreciate everybody stopping by. We're just here having some fun. Like like I say, I have quiet time in the evening. My son has to go to bed early because he goes to work early, so it gets real quiet here in the evening, and so it's a good time just to chit chat with y'all. And a lot of folks have said, "Hey, I miss your shows when you're on earlier in the day." So I thought, hey, I might as well just come on in the evenings and cover some of these shorts. There's something in my eye. Oh. All right. I'm blind. Now I can see. Okay, all better. And yeah, so
I like that couple.
and as always, we had a theist in there talking with us, and we had a nice conversation, and that's always great and welcome here. And folks, it can be done. We can have discussions with theists, and everybody says, "Nice talking to you. Have a good night." Okay, and that's I think we a job well done, Simos. Right? Cheers.
Yeah.
We can be civil for being cockroaches and scumbags.
Yeah. I went to a Christian channel earlier today, and I had a really nice chat in their chat as well with three or four Christians until they found out I was an atheist.
Well,
and then two of them started going, "Oh, wow."
You had to ruin it, didn't you, Simos?
Yeah. Well, one of them was really nice. And he said, "Oh, no, I really enjoyed it." And then I said, he said, I'll see you again, bud. Thanks very much, bud. See you again, and God bless you. And I said, "Thank you very much, and may your God go with you."
Well, I had a bit of a falling out with Bread of Life, but she said hi to me the other day in the chat.
Good.
So
she's a proper Christian. She's a forgiver.
Yeah. Hopefully. I mean, I wasn't.
Yes, she is.
It wasn't anything like I got ugly or anything, right? We just had a disagreement, over some of her stuff was all. So yeah.
She can be a little sensitive sometimes.
But anyway, so she said hi to me. I said hi to her. So yeah, water under the bridge. Hopefully,
Exactly.
If you're just matter, you don't matter.
If you're just matter, you don't matter. Okay, well, you're made of matter too.
Yeah.
These arguments never work, right? Because it's like,
I don't know. No,
you're just molecules.
He thinks he's got a soul, right?
Yeah. Well,
he's saying that if you think you're only a soul, but like again, this is something which is intrinsic to Christians that want to argue against atheists. It seems that we are all some kind of naive materialists, right? And that's just simply not the case. I don't think most atheists are just materialists. They may be naturalists, but there's different forms of naturalism, and we're not the kind of reductive naturalists, right? So there's that. Maybe Mike is, but
this goes back to the Frank Turek. He famously pushes the molecules, and we're just molecules in motion, and it's like, yeah, we are.
Yeah, he's not the only one, right? Matt Slick, just they like to do it because
he's not convincing.
It's the straw man of the atheist position,
right? But
you don't have to be in that.
And he's not convincing me because I'm seeing it as, well, yeah, we are molecules in motion. What's your point, Frank? You're not winning me any over to your argument or anything. It's just to say, oh, yeah, look at the silly atheists. They just think they're molecules in motion. And it's like, well, I don't think I'm silly. All I'm hearing is, yeah, we're molecules in motion. Yes, we're made of atoms. Yes, they're bumping into each other. Yes, we are chemical and electrical reactions going on. Yes, we are these. I don't think that they want to denigrate people. You know what I mean? That you're just all these fabulous, results of nature. And I see the complete opposite. I'm just like, yeah, that's pretty fascinating stuff. And that's why I love science, because I can go to these scientists and say, how does the heart work? Or, how does the brain work? How does the liver work? How does the skeleton hold you up? You find out all these fabulous things. Then you go on to, the planet and the universe and all the exploration and stuff. And he just wants to diminish it all down to ruined. Boy, Captain Buzzkill. That's the word I'm looking for. You're Captain Buzzkill. You know what I mean? And he thinks that that's the way atheists think, right? And I don't. I think I see more wonder in all of it than he does thinking that God did it, because I think in a way that takes away from it all. You know, oh, well, God just waved his hand and did it, and that's it. And when I'm seeing it, it's like, wow, you know, you had the Big Bang, and you had, you know, all these galaxies and these stars forming and planets forming, and you had all this life come and go, and the dinosaurs came and went. Man, we went to the museum, had this huge dinosaur skeleton. It was so cool, you know, and I think there's a lot more awe and wonder to everything when you see it for that it truly is wondrous, right? It's not just, well, like in Genesis, well, God just said, yeah, here's a planet and some animals, you know, and it's just, I think it kind of takes away from it. And it shows in a lot of their attitudes where it's just like, it doesn't matter. What matters is, like you said, when we pass away. So
yeah. So I think there's several things here, Dave. Right, like, firstly, I think Christians in general have been led to believe that that's the case because of the naive acceptance that they have of the soul being is more important than the actual mind itself, right? So that's the first thing. And then the second thing is there's hundreds of years of history of painting atheists into this reductive materialism kind of naturalist kind of corner, right? And it's an easy one to kind of debunk from the philosophical point of view. Descartes being one of them that did it the most, I guess, or the most successfully. But many philosophers have taken this position of dualism, and that goes against the straw man version of atheism, which they like to pretend, which is everything is just atoms. That's it. And if you take just half a moment to think about how silly that is, right? No, I think numbers exist, right? Yeah. I do. You know, not in the same way that molecules exist, but they do exist, but they're not molecules. So clearly there is more in the atheist worldview than just molecules in motion. And you can give several different accounts of how that is expected. So,
well, you know what you got to do, Simos? You just need to believe. Yeah, like Stephanie says. We believe, Stephanie. And thanks for stopping by, Stephanie. It's good to see you. And the Tons of Mice is here too. Hello, Tons of Mice.
Yeah. So that's an old 18th century view that he's straw manning. And he thinks he's modern and up to date and an intelligent thinker because he can debunk a view that people had 200 years ago.
But that's one of the things that comes up often is, you know, why do you keep addressing some of these things? And because they keep getting dredged back up, right? You thought they flushed, but it just circled and didn't go down. And it's like, you got to deal with it, right?
That's a great analogy. Yeah.
They're just a bunch of molecules. The fact that you think you matter, it's only because neurons are firing in your brain in a certain way that tell you that you matter. But
that's correct, yes.
Yes, that's how, he's just pointing out this is how you work. And that's silly, right?
Yeah, it is, of course it is. and honestly, if he were to stop and think about it, that's how he works, right? It's those molecules in his brain that tell him Jesus is real and needs to be worshipped.
Yeah.
Right? And so, okay, now tell us the difference.
Even if
you think you've got a soul, right? Then no, your soul doesn't tell you that. The soul, if even by your own standard, is causally effete. So if it's abstract, then it doesn't have any cause. So it can't tell you anything, right? No, it's the brains, it's in your mind, which come together to produce consciousness, which tells you that Jesus is real. So, just get on with it.
A soul's just kind of like a storage unit of you for the afterlife, right? I mean, the soul really doesn't do anything because if you do good things or bad things, it's all
No,
in there, isn't it?
There are several different versions of what the soul could
Well,
be,
yeah.
and probably the best one I've heard is it's like a God antenna. So it's what keeps you in contact with God, makes you feel, you know.
So you need the soul to have that fuzzy feeling inside?
Yeah. Well, it's the antenna, right? So
Right.
it goes around picking up the waves, which are God, But it doesn't do anything with them. What interprets those waves is your brain.
Do I need like dowsing rods to pick them up or something?
Yeah, it's like a dowsing rod, if you like. Yeah.
All right.
That's probably the
that
best
I
version.
understand.
There are other versions of the soul, right, as well. But that's the one which
just
I kind of went, oh yeah, all right, I see, yeah.
Molecules, and that doesn't matter. There was a famous atheist, George Wald. He said 400 years ago there was a collection of molecules named Shakespeare, which produced Hamlet.
Yeah, again.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't think it was exactly 400 years ago either, by the way, mate. But okay,
Yeah, well, sure, okay.
but
Ew.
whatever.
Ew.
Ooh.
His answer is ew. There was somebody that was a bunch of molecules that was a person that wrote a book, famous book or play or whatever. Ew.
Yeah.
Again, see, you're totally diminishing this person who, a lot of people revere the literature, right? And the plays and everything, and
Still do,
to you because what he wasn't a Christian or something.
Oh, he was a Christian, yeah.
He wasn't. Well, see, that makes it even worse.
100%. Also,
he was a Christian.
I wonder whether he thinks the writers of the Bible are ew.
Right. I don't see it makes it even worse. The Christian wrote a famous is it a play or is it a book? Writings or whatever.
It's
Whatever
just nonsense. I don't know, man.
However, anyways.
Yeah.
But if anybody makes this some kind of art, beautiful painting, beautiful literature, beautiful whatever.
Yeah.
And you just say ew. Because it doesn't mean anything. I don't get it.
I don't know. I mean, Sistine Chapel, anybody? Ew. Dinosaur skeletons? Ew.
Yeah, I don't. Well, you know what the thing is? I've reached the point where I started trying to think and figure it out.
Yeah, I've gone. I'm just.
Yeah, that's the problem.
This guy lost me when he started strawmanning what an atheist was,
All right, well, let's wrap this one up.
Materialists. Yeah, right. Maybe
let's
400
wrap
years
him up.
ago, that was probably what people thought.
Yeah, and again, who cares?
And more than that, as I found out, right, there was a priest in France, Jean Messier, who was a priest. He lived his whole life as a priest, and when he died, they found in his rectory, right? I used that word before to missing mod, but they found in his rectory, the place where he lived, provided by the church, a book which said he thought that no God existed and that it was a fiction and made up by people to control people. So basically he was an atheist.
Tons of Mice says Hamlet is a play. And
he's not wrong.
Missing Mod says, I don't believe in gravity. That'll help you next time you trip.
Yeah.
I know.
Well, I mean, if you don't believe in gravity, just, I guess, what is that? You're putting on too much weight, or what?
You just kind of do like the Weebles, you just kind of whoa, and then you just come right back up again.
You don't need an excuse for the diet, right? Just get on with it.
Let me see here. Andrew says, yes, because my neurons work the opposite. I feel I don't matter a little, that I'm not meant for this bullshit roller coaster of life. And no fairy tale BS would fix that. It only makes me angrier. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, BS.
An
BS.
antenna, like the one on Bender's head.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's BDD. Well, Wayne.
There is an episode strictly about that, actually.
Yeah, Wayne, our toaster guy, that's what he said, that something about we don't have memory, we just have an antenna that can just pick everything up. And, you know, if I didn't mention it, Mike sent me a video that Wayne put out recently because I said we were excited Wayne was making more videos because Wayne is part of the reason that we talk about toast. And we love toast here.
We love toast. We love toast. We love toast. We love toast. We love toast.
We love toast. And it's kind of a joke of, you know, Jesus manifesting on toast combined with Wayne believes that immaterial things like toasters can have consciousness and can evolve into other things bottles of ketchup. So it's really interesting. If you've missed it all, you'll get caught up if you hang around here. Why we love toast. Okay, so
yeah, there we go.
And like yesterday, I was talking about Patrick Peace, and he likes to call us cockroaches. And so, yeah, I made a stream and I put cockroaches all over it. I put it on the thumbnail. I put it on the background. I put it on his video. I got happy with the, photoshopping out the bug and copying it and just sticking it all in. You get carried away, but I had a lot of fun with it. So a good time there too. And
yeah, it doesn't we're not like like bigots. It could be any other bread product, right? It could be a bagel. It's not just toast that we love.
And Patrick responded and said, "Thanks for the some of the comprehensive dissection or something like that." And he said, "I'll make a response in a couple of days." And I was like, "Well, hey, thank you very much for watching and everything." Yeah. And so we can have a little back and forth, and once again, and we can still be halfway civil. I mean, I just was dropping the hint that maybe if you didn't call me a cockroach, we could get along probably a lot better.
Yeah.
Even though I'm laughing.
I have a feeling this is wishful thinking on your behalf, Dave.
Yeah, well, even though I'm laughing about it.
I've seen some of his videos before, and no, he's not that reasonable.
But so we, either way, we can have a little civil back and forth, and we have before already. Patrick made a video about Mike from Answers in Atheism. He's one of the few atheists that he likes or something like that video. So, we've bridged a little divide there between Mike and Patrick Peace, who's all the way up in Canada. So it's a pretty big bridge, I guess, right? But we do appreciate...
You mark my prophecy, Dave. You mark my prophecy.
Even if it's somebody we, can disagree with on many, many things... we do like to reach an olive branch out and try to talk to people because I've talked before. I am anti-violence. I believe in anti-violence, and I don't want to hear anything about self-defense and everything. That's a different topic. I think ultimately, and I have good examples that if you take like a war, what happens after a war, or what ends most wars, is when you sit down, you talk, you work out a deal. Sometimes it's not always a good deal. But there's sitting down and there's talking. So I do believe in talking to people.
They say make-up sex is the best type. So
that's right. And we have Jay stopping in. If you started orbiting another celestial body, sure. Okay.
Yeah, we don't want to go there. Thank you, Jay.
Tilting Windmill says birds aren't real. I knew that. I saw a video on the internet. Right. Yeah.
Gravity doesn't work and birds can't fly.
And
I'm
again,
sorry. I'm sorry for mentioning anything there.
Missing Mod and everybody else, that we can all have a good time laughing and still be friends. Is
by the
hey
way,
Fox is here too.
Hello, Fox. By the way, I have a prophecy about Patrick. There will be war and tribulation before you get back together.
The toast gives you nightmares. Well, we want you to have sweet dreams. We really do.
We love toast. We love toast. We love toast. We love toast. We love toast.
I don't know if I do prefer that ending to the other one. I think I prefer it with the interruption, with the interrupted cadence.
You like the crappy version?
Well, you say crappy, but it's had something. That kind of Christina Aguilera kind of love toast. It just gets me. Anyway, whatever.
All right. Well,
let's finish this guy off here because
we'll think about it. Well, maybe we'll have to put it to a vote or something. We'll see. We'll see.
I'm just a picky guy. Don't worry, Dave.
Maybe Dave and Patrick can break toast together one day. I hope so. I do. Like I said, I think even with a lot of folks, now some folks I really don't think I would enjoy sitting down talking to, much less sharing a beverage or a meal or anything. However, there are many people that I think I could sit down with that I've disagreed with on many things. And we often end the conversation with, you have a good day, enjoy your garden, these kind of things, cooking something on the grill, that kind of civility and everything. And yeah, I think I could be civil, and I think we could have a civil time, even if we were discussing certain things. It can be done with certain people that just like to have a discussion and, not get bent out of shape. But as I tried to remind Patrick, not everybody's like that. And if you call some people cockroaches, they might not take it so kindly. I'm just saying,
Hey, Randy, good to see you.
Randy, hello, Randy. Good to see you, indeed. All the best people stop by here. I really appreciate everybody stopping in and saying hi.
Could you just give Modder another shout out? She seems to be missing your attention.
What'd she say? Dave doesn't love the MM show. Who says I don't love your show? You're one of my favorites, Steph. I was actually looking, and because Stephanie had a kind of a regular show, and I would go looking, and Stephanie wasn't on, and I was like, where's Stephanie? So you mean a lot to me. I was completely lost there. I went for the I go to my usual. I see it's Stephanie time, and there wasn't any Stephanie. But then Stephanie showed up again here and there, and sometimes in the evenings and all that. And I was like, oh, okay, good to see. She mixing it up a little bit. Okay, that's okay. Of course I love you. Stephanie's great.
And
Stephanie's she's got a good sense of humor, and I appreciate it.
She does. She does.
Yeah. And she puts up with a lot, and can still have a laugh, and that goes a long way. Sure.
Good. Yeah, I mean, she puts up with.
She puts up with us, right?
Yeah. There you go.
It's a dark worldview, but it's consistent with his atheism.
No, it's not a dark. You've got a dark worldview. That's what I've been trying to say. Everything you said is like doom and gloom. You Captain Buzzkill on steroids, man. Knock it off.
Well, now he's doing the other. Now he's doing the other one, which Christians like to do, which is confusing or equating atheism with nihilism.
Yeah.
So he's moved on. These are all the tropes here: naturalism, materialism, and nihilism.
Oh, he had his coffee before this one because he spews out a lot in a short period of time.
Yeah.
Now, you'll find atheists who have a sense of purpose, who are altruistic, who are nice people. Guys,
Okay.
that's not because they believe you're just a bunch of molecules that achieve self-awareness.
No, it's just because they're nice people. How about that?
I think it is.
Well,
I
yeah,
think that is the reason.
once
It's
again,
because,
yeah.
You know, my mind has said, no, this is weird because I've achieved self-awareness.
Yeah.
And we're social creatures, evolved social creatures, I should add.
And that's what we kind of said, that most people are good people, and that's why it kind of stands out when you're not a good person, because you kind of stand out of the norm, right? These people are all being nice or doing whatever, and then you're over here ruining the fun for everybody, right? So you kind of stand out like a sore thumb when you're the bad, right?
It's quite literally a survival technique. I mean, it's evolutionary. We are social creatures. Yeah. We've evolved to be social creatures, like most mammals. So, go ahead. Got to hear what his next straw man is. This is getting good.
I had to quit because BS was cutting me off his stream. Yeah, I know he was so hard on you over there, wasn't he? BS is such the gentleman. I will say, when he has guests on, he is such a gentleman host. Takes care of his guests. He doesn't let them get too ganged up on it. Yeah, he's got this nice gentlemanly, kind, soft nature that's just hiding behind those devil horns, yearning to get free and express itself rather than dukeying all over everybody. Just kidding. BS is great, just the way he is. But he is a great host. I love when BS has a stream.
It's despite their atheism. There is a God. And so this love story begins that there is a God. And some people, I got to clarify this too. Some young people think, yeah, but I learned in school about evolution and that disproves God, right? Yeah, I don't think so. Tell me what's cooler, guys. A God who could take a lump of clay and say, look, here's a rhino. Or a God who could say, hey, watch what this ball of gas does. Just give it time.
See, there it is. It's exactly what I was talking about. See,
yeah, which is cooler. Good point.
God just took some clay and made you. And again, these things don't seem to be described with all that much enthusiasm in the Bible either. That's about it. God just said, he formed man from the dirt, breathed in his nose, and there you went. We have libraries filled with information on, all the fields of science and everything with all these again, it seems like you're just diminishing it. You're diminishing all of creation with just, and I think the Bible does it as well. That it doesn't seem to, really concentrate on it all that much. You're made from dirt and God breathed through your nose. I think that's it. It's a couple sentences.
Also, that's stolen from the Egyptian religion as well, which at least it predates that by 2,000 years, or Jesus by 2,000 years, and probably a good 1,500 years by the Jewish religion, right? So, yeah, it's hardly unique to Christianity.
And it's not only diminishing, all the science and the scientists, but there's plenty of scientists, that are religious. And, we're looking at this thing, it says right on there, Catholic Brothers for Christ, the church has an observatory at the Vatican. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
I have no problem with them looking through the telescope and discovering a planet or whatever they might do. Does that somehow, it's meaningless and pointless and what are they doing or anything? You know what I mean? This is where he's setting everything up like, again, I'm really bummed out. I'm bummed
Copernicus was a deeply religious man.
Okay, I haven't been able to do anything life-giving with my balls of gas ever.
Oh, making a
surprised.
good joke. Balls of gas.
Not
Nothing
surprised.
life-giving.
That's because he's never. That's because he's never tried to light one.
You know, everybody has one of those friends. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. They think they're really. They think
Sorry,
they're
that was
really
stupid.
cool.
There is a
Yeah, that
God.
was-
Can I hear a
that
loud
was
amen to
stupid.
that fact?
That's the end of it.
Good.
There is a God.
Nice claim. That's all that was. Just a claim.
Yeah, and I have to say, if you happen to see this review of your video, really bummed me out. I really have a problem with these attitudes of, you know, you're just, you know, molecules. And the reason we know all these things is because of a lot of hard work and a lot of great minds in science that figured these things out, including religious ones. Some of these people, you know, dedicated their lives. They sleep on cots in the lab. You know, you hear all these stories, right? And I think you take away from it, including you're trying to dig on atheists, but you're digging on religious people too, who find it very, purposeful and all the things you want to go to the lab every day. And maybe today's the day I discover the cure or a new planet or, you know, whatever. It takes away from all that, right?
Well, not just that. Like, he literally ridiculed, right, George Lemaitre's idea of the Big Bang.
Yeah.
I mean, he was a Jesuit priest, right? Very religious person.
Right.
And he just ridiculed it, like as if that was an atheist idea.
That's
So the guy,
yeah.
not just as the guy kind of down and got all of these like 17th century views about what atheists are. Okay, so he's not just 300 years out of date. He's also an ignorant asshole on everything that's happened since. Doesn't even know his own bloody history of Christianity.
And Tilting Windmill reminding everybody, yeah, we gather for Saturday Night at the Atheists every Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern. And you just might see Simos there. You might see Mike there. You might see Scott there. You might see Brainless there. You might see a whole bunch of other people who have joined us as guest hosts. Going on, let's see, we're like 9 months or so. I mean, we're going to be coming up on a year of doing Saturday Night at the Atheists. So we have a great time there. I hope everybody does coming over there as well. And yeah, this week will be another, it'll be the second part. We didn't get to it last week, so we're just going to do it this week. Some more Ken Ham roasting, because the week after that, I'm going to go roast Ken Ham in person if he dares shows his face, which I don't think he will. But
Not a chance.
I'm going to go down for the protest, and I'm looking forward to meeting all of the great folks that a lot of us only talk to each other online or on the telephone or any of these things, emails. So yeah, it's going to be really cool meeting folks in person, shake some hands, take some pictures. People are going to give their speeches, and we're going to do our little thing with the signs, peaceful protest. Of course, we wouldn't want anything else. We're just there to say our thing and hold our signs, make our point. And then there's going to be a little event afterwards or whatever, all that's kind of goings on. I think I screwed that up. Anyway, there will be things where people can socialize and everything, so that's cool. And yeah, Joe's put a lot of work into it. Jess, so many people putting all kind of work into it. Organizers, Pangborn, and all the sponsors and everything. So we're hoping it's going to be really fun, really great. I know I've spoken personally to some of the people, well, as close as personal as you can. I asked Godless Engineer, and he said, yeah, he's going to be there. And I spoke to Granny on her chat, and she said, yeah, I've got my room. So yeah, a lot of them are committed to being there. And if you're going to be in the area, you can stop by. It's free. You just got to get there. It'll be a couple hours. And then, yeah, like I said, some before things, some after things, whatever's going on. And then I'm going to have to head back because, you know, got things to take care of, and especially with the pets and all that. And, you know, but I am planning on being there I'll be there 24 hours, you know, and it'll probably be enough for me because that'll be too much, too close to Ken Ham for too long, right? So I'll have to, stupid fruit fly. I'll have to get out of there, right? But we are hoping to have a lot of fun and a good event. And you can also find ways to donate. If you can't make it, go to Kentucky Atheist. If you go to the Discord, especially, all the stuff is listed down in there, all the information and everything. And I'm pretty sure he has other things up maybe on his description, all the ways that you can donate to help the event out and all that good stuff. And make sure if you see Joe anywhere, you say, thanks for all the hard work, because I know he's doing a lot of hard work. And he's realizing putting on an event is a lot of hard work. And yes, it is. And again, Jess and everybody else helping out. Thank everybody if you see them. And we will be doing something that week. Mike's talking about maybe just hosting it, and then I can just stop in and say hi to y'all from Kentucky. Something like that we'll do the week after. And then, yeah, I might have to do a count, check what the date is, but we're going to come up here on a 1 year for Saturday Night at the Atheist, and we're going to really have to find something special to do, Simos, because
oh yeah,
it's flown by. It's hard to believe it's going to be coming up on a year, but I think it's because spending time with all you great folks just makes the time fly by. It really does. And Simos has got your thing. Let me get this down here.
Okay, thank you. I'll talk about it when I...
I'll get rid of this.
Okay, so basically, yep, tomorrow night. That's tomorrow. Oh, I say tomorrow night. It's probably tonight now. Certainly tonight for me. 5 o'clock EST, I think it is. So in how many hours does it say now? 15 hours. 15 hours? No, that can't be right, surely. Oh,
it's
yeah,
it's 1 o'clock here, so yeah.
Yeah. So it's going to be
hours.
anyway. 5 o'clock, 14 hours EST. 5 o'clock EST. State of the Onion. Those pineapple belong on a pizza. That is a deliberate spelling mistake there for somebody who the joke is aimed at, and they will know exactly what it is. Thank you, everybody in the side chat already. That's really great. But also, does pineapple belong on a pizza? And that will be transferring into another topic, which is basically to do with spirituality versus dogma or tradition, as the case may be, and what's the importance of it. And so whether you take the Catholic or the Protestant view, those are the two views we're going to pit against each other and see which wins. And I have a feeling, I think I probably know which is probably going to win. Although if there's any Catholics out there, please come by. And if you're a Protestant, Missing Mod, this is the one for you. Okay, to come and defend the Protestant view. So yeah, thank you very much.
Stephanie says, I just imagined Meet BS at the protest and him not looking like as Lewis.
Like C.S. Lewis.
Like C.S. Lewis. Okay.
Yeah.
They run together for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a disappointment, wouldn't it, Stephanie?
Yeah, no, it's
BS
never a disappointment to see B.S. Lewis.
Yeah, much better looking and smarter and better smelling and taller and everything else than see us.
There you go. Yeah, certainly not as fat, I should imagine. Yeah, get
Here
yourself
is
down there. If BS is going, Stephanie, make sure you get yourself down there.
up there.
Because, up there even, or down, whichever it is.
She down south.
Okay, well, make sure you get yourself up there, girl.
That's what I'm doing. I'm heading south.
You got some people. You got some people that's wanting to meet you, lady.
I'm a Yankee. That's why I'm a Yankee. I'm going south. Yeah, State of the Onion. There's a link in the chat. Thank you very much, Geo Sam.
Yep, thank you, Andrew. Hopefully we'll be seeing you tomorrow as well.
Yep.
Dave will be there, I hope.
Yep.
There you go.
I enjoy being there. Some fantastic discussions going on over there. Some great people going over. A lot of different viewpoints. I think I've taken away some thinking from every one of them. So I like those kind of discussions where it's such a diverse interlocution. Is that the word?
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. It is probably, but
Something like
it
that.
sounded good. Sounded good.
I was trying to. Pesky border guards are keeping you from the fun. Yeah, we had. Well, Joe had some issues too. Like Vice Rhino wanted to come, but then Vice Rhino said, "I don't want to come across the border right now." And yeah, I can't. I can't fault anybody for that. People don't need problems for no reason, and there'll be plenty of people there to do the protest and that. And one person can't make it because they don't want all that hassle. And nobody's going to hold that against you, right?
Great. Well, hopefully I'll see a few of you there anyway. Tilting is always a one, and then BS likes to come in and make a few jokes.
Yeah.
Thank you, BS.
I was just checking the chat.
Asking for a friend, I remember.
We had the early evolutionary forms of the toaster. Somebody else said toaster. I'm seeing all these things about toaster. You know what? We have to take care of that before we wrap things up.
I'll tell you what the evolutionary form that led to a toaster was. It was a pointed stick.
There you go.
We love toast. We love toast. We love toast. We love toast. We love toast.
Christine Aguilera.
And I do appreciate everybody joining in on the toast fun. I know I see a lot of comments. I said people are coming in and they're getting right in with the fun and the joke and everything. People joining chat and just saying, toast, Geo Sam with toast. We've got people. Again, we have answers in atheism on toast as an emoji. So you want to join in on the fun, you can hit the join button below. And you can have answers in atheism on toast emojis. Join in the fun. Always feel free to drop the emojis in the chat. That's what they're there for. And, I don't have goofy rules like don't spam the chat unless you're Wesley. Got that, Wesley? With emojis, though, feel free to drop as many emojis as you want. I love them. I made them. I put work and effort into them so we could have them and have fun with them. So
I dare say you'll be arguing tomorrow, Dave, that really a pizza is just a piece of toast.
Is it not a piece of toast?
It needs an argument. Either way, we got to love it.
You know what we love? We love folks like Jasper here dropping a captive desk membership.
Wow. Do you know what he does, Dave?
I know what he does.
What does
do y'all
he do,
know
Dave?
what he does? This is what he does.
You rock, let's rock with the fire in our veins. Rock on to the skies, to the thunder and rain. All hail Bigfoot, the legend, the king. He walks among shadows of lost spirits.
You rock. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And let me see. I have to drop over here.
Cherry J.
Cherry J. Okay. Cherry J is a member now. Welcome aboard. And once again, we love the emojis here. And yeah, I do other things. We have member streams. We have previews for members of my videos when they come out. You know, all those kind of perks that folks offer you when you're a member, we got them here too. And for the member stream, those that were at the last member stream, we covered somebody that had, I think they did a part 2 in their little series, and they said there was going to be a part 3. And I said, I'm going to have to go look for it because it was really, really bad. And so I found part 3, and it's really, really bad. And that's all I can tell folks. So if you want to enjoy that kind of thing, you can join us members only. For the next members only stream, I did find part 3. So just a heads up, we will be covering the same person with part 3. We had a lot of fun with the last one. I do like finding really, really bad videos, and they bring me some kind of joy with it. I mean, I am trying to correct their errors and everything, but I do admire how bad and somebody can be on a topic of science or religion and make a video about it. It's really impressive. It is. I find some kind of this enjoyment out of the dedication of making something that's so wrong. I don't know what it is. I'm hooked. Okay, so I will be back for more, and I hope you join us over there. And thank you, Jasper. You made the end of the stream for me. And you know what else makes it for me? I haven't played this in a while, so I thought we were due. We're going to go out on listening to this because I needed a laugh after that buzzkill. Jasper, you did raise my spirits. I appreciate that very much. That last guy was such a buzzkill. He really was. Thank you, Simos, for joining me. Always a pleasure. I will see you tomorrow.
Thank you. It's
Thank
been
you,
a tough
everybody.
one for me. It's a long. It's been a tough one for me. It's very early in the morning,
Yeah.
but I have enjoyed every minute, and I couldn't go to bed. So, thank you so much.
All right, good. And
Thank you
yeah,
everybody in the chat as well, of course.
Yep. So many folks. Thank you, everybody, for stopping in. All of you are awesome. I really appreciate everybody stopping through. And yeah, please do me one more favor and hit that like button down there. It goes a long way helping out. And when the video's over, if you had a laugh, if you enjoyed something we talked about, however, drop a comment down below. That helps a lot. We really appreciate it. And yeah, we will be back with Simos tomorrow, and then we'll be back on with Saturday night. Excuse me. But we'll be back on Saturday night at the Atheist. And you never know when I or Mike or any of us might pop on. So it's always good to be subscribed with a bell so you can be notified if I go on, if Answers in Atheism goes on. And Simos, we usually know when he goes on, but sometimes Simos goes on when you don't know he's going to be on. So it's always good when you hit that little bell so you know when we're going on, okay? And
That's not true. That's not true, Stephanie. That's not true. I was intimating that if you don't believe in gravity, you might get that. But I don't think that's the case. And also, I'm going to say it, smash the like button like it's your cousin's hot friend.
There you go. And for a yuck, we're going to pull this one back out because, like I said, I haven't played it in a while, and I just love this. And you do need a headphone check on this, folks. So you might want to turn it down a little bit. All right. Got fair warning. All right, here we go.
No such thing as an atheist. You guys do not exist. Hey, answers in atheism, and that desktop idiot, and that desktop idiot, and that desktop idiot. You're full. See here, dead fly. Dead fly.
Cheers.
Billions and billions of years ago, in a galaxy far, far away.
Oh.
Nothing exploded.
Yeah.
Dead fly. You call me crazy.
Yeah.
Pain of thy destruction. Wait a minute, am I reading the right thing?
One more time.
And you know what, atheist? Right.
We know we're trying
And you
to
know
tell
what,
you.
atheist? Right. And you know what, atheist? Right.
Brilliant.
Oh, you atheist. Especially that one desktop idiot.
That's me. That's me. He made me famous.
That's so good.
Self-theist, self-theist, pain of thy destruction. Wait a minute, am I reading the right thing? On you. Hey, that's what I say. You know, hey, have a great time. Hey, there are answers in atheism or atheist, whatever you were. Oh, you atheist, especially that one desktop idiot. And you know what? They're atheists. You're right. Unless the Lord Jesus Christ saves you, you are going to go to hell and burn forever. That's going to be it for this little video.
Ah, that's fantastic. Who made that? Let's give him a shout out. That is brilliant.
I made it.
Oh,
I
you
made
did.
it.
Oh, it's really good. It's really,
Yeah.
really good, Dave.
It's well, Brainless kept saying something about, why is he so loud, right? And I kept picturing, these, when they do these mixed videos, right, with the pastors dancing around or something, and they're putting it to heavy metal music, right? And it was just kind of going through my head. So, yeah, I found a beat, and I just kind of stuck a bunch of clips together there. And of course, he's calling me a captive or a desktop idiot. And, I just couldn't resist because I can take a joke. Okay. I can laugh about it so much that I'll take the time to make a little video calling me desktop idiot. Okay. So,
not?
Might as well roll with it. Right. I'm just saying though, once again, not everybody might be amused by that. So if you get some feedback on your video that's, maybe not as friendly as mine is, it's because you might want to expect that, not everybody appreciates that kind of humor, right? That's all. But I can. So I laugh along with it. And I hope you all had a good laugh with it. And with that, we're gone. Have a good one, everybody. Take care. Simos, you as well.
Ciao.
Under the moon where shadows play, a channel lights the calm relay. Stories unfold in the softest sound. In the night watch, we're tightly bound. A cozy vibe whispers through the stream, like drifting slow inside a dream. Conversations linger late and free, The night watch is the place to be. Hang out here beneath the glow, where time moves gently, hearts all flow. Secrets shared in a soothing tone. The night watch feels like home. A laugh, a thought, a quiet tale. The night breathes slow, we set our sail. Through every chat and every laugh we weave a stream, a timeless path. Stay while the stars are bright, each word a spark that paints the night. Connection deep, it soars and sings. In this space, the heart takes wings. Hang out here beneath the glow, where time moves gently, hearts all flow. Secrets shared in a soothing tone. The night watch feels like home. Hang out here beneath the glow, where time moves gently, hearts all flow. Secrets shared in a soothing tone. The night watch feels like home.